I recognise there's a quorum since everybody's here today. And let us start with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem. Australians, oh.
Let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing Condolences, Australia fair. Beneath our radiant Southern Cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this Commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who've come across the seas, with boundless place to share, with courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing Condolences, Australia
Fair. Please be seated. Item 1, attendance apologies. Everyone's here. Leave of absence, nil. Condolences, I go to Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy sent to the Obst family on the passing of Peter Obst.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, Peter was a long-term and highly regarded employee of council. He worked with the city for almost 40 years and was the city courier at a time when all of the council agendas had to be distributed by paper to the various homes, because often there was late items that required distribution. So I think those of us who were here at that time have very fond memories. Have a look at Councillor Young's agendas today. So Peter used to come late into the night and over weekends delivering papers that were necessary for us to read. And the meetings were much more frequent in those days, and there was rarely a weekend passing without a good few volumes to read. And it was a cheery Peter who delivered them for us. He was a true blue Gold Coaster and a great sportsman. He was a premiership player for the Southport Sharks back in 1980 and went on to be assistant coach at the Labrador Tigers for about 4 years during a very successful period for the club. He was a handy golfer, and his name appears on the honour board at the Helensvale Golf Club for major events won during the period of his membership over about 20 years. I recall when I worked alongside Peter in the administration, his determination in overcoming a health issue about 20 years ago. And I'm very sad to know that his health had deteriorated over recent time and that he has passed away. Peter is survived by his 2 daughters, Kim and Michelle, and we extend today our heartfelt sympathy to them on the loss of their dad, who will be missed by all. Rest in peace, Peter Obst.
Okay. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
Mr. Mayor, may I be added?
Please add Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Martin. Right, now I'll go to Councillor Fowler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that a motion of condolence be passed and that a message of sympathy be sent to Ray Lee Taylor and family on the passing of Mr. Arthur Mann. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of Helensvale resident...
Secondary is Councillor Gates.
Thank you. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of Helensvale resident and Rotarian Mr. Arthur Mann, and to recognise his long-standing contribution to the Northern Gold Coast and wider Gold Coast community. Arthur was a dedicated, community-minded individual who touched the lives of many people through both his professional and his volunteer work. Since 1992, he was involved in a number of businesses across the Gold Coast, including landscaping, irrigation and insulation enterprises that contributed to the growth and the development of our city. Arthur was also passionate about supporting the well-being of others. Alongside his partner Ray Lee, he was actively involved in Care for Life, delivering suicide prevention and support programs that provided assistance, hope and encouragement to many vulnerable members of our community. In addition to his professional and charitable work, Arthur was a highly valued member of Rotary Club of Coomera Valley, having joined in November 1990. Over more than 3 decades of service, he generously contributed his time to countless community activations, working bees, book fairs, sausage sizzles and Anzac Day services. His dedication to service was recognised through the award of a Paul Harris Fellow, one of Rotary's highest honours, as well as being named Rotarian of the Year. Arthur's life was one of service, generosity and community spirit, whether through Rotary, his business endeavours, community programs or support of local causes. He made a positive and lasting difference to the lives of many people. On behalf of us, I extend my sincere condolences to Ray Lee, Arthur's family, friends and fellow Rotarians who will miss him greatly. His contribution to our community will be remembered with gratitude and respect. May he rest in peace.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried.
Mr. Mayor, may I be added to that, please?
Yeah, add Councillor Tozer, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates to the condolence list, please. And we go to Councillor Castra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a motion of condolence on the passing of Karen Ann Williams, who passed away peacefully on the 14th of July, and she was aged just 59. Karen was born on the...
Councillor Gates will
Thank you.
Motion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Karen was born on the 10th of January 1967, and she lived most of her life from the early 80s here on the Gold Coast. Karen's name was synonymous with early childhood development and learning, and she had a real passion for educating children, and she studied at Griffith University from the age of 15, and she lost her father at the age of 18, and at that stage she took 3 jobs while she continued to study and to support her widowed mother. Karen was the owner of Preschool Services Australia, which is located in Burleigh. The centre was designed to educate children from the age of 3 to 5 to give them the best preparation for going into school. So it operated a bit differently to other childcare centres, which is, you know, more about play and interaction. This was purely about their education. For 5 years, Karen held the position of Department Coordinator and Lecturer of Children's Services on the Gold Coast TAFE, Institute of TAFE. And between 2009 and 2012, Karen was the head of school at the Queensland Independent College at Merrimack, which is now Star of the Sea. I visited Karen at the college many times, it was just great to see what she'd established there in her own inimitable style. It was beautiful to see the kids. Every kid just had joy on their faces. They just loved to learn. She established a community garden there, I remember, and the kids would, be busily, planting and learning, just learning about nature and things. It was just a really beautiful environment that she created. She was a wonderful woman, Karen. She loved kids and she loved giving them the best possible start in their lives. And she will be sorely missed. She leaves behind her partner, Jake, her son, Lachlan, daughter, Shiori, and her sister, Sharon. And may you rest in peace, Karen. Beautiful, beautiful woman. So,
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you add Councillor Hamill to the list? Right. Now we move to the next item, Mayoral Minute. Councillor, the first one, I was compelled to raise this Mayoral Minute, proposed changes to disaster recovery funding arrangement. Specifically, the federal government's trying to reduce the funding, basically. And councillors, my motion is that, one, that council oppose the proposed changes to the disaster recovery funding arrangement, and the impact of these changes will have on the Gold Coast disaster preparedness and recovery programs. And two, to support the Queensland Government advocacy against the proposed changes and encourage councillors and the CEO to add their support. That the Mayor, in his capacity as Chair of Gold Coast Local Disaster Management Group, make a formal submission regarding the proposed DRFA changes, and that the Mayor, in his capacity as Chair of Gold Coast Local Disaster Management Group, write to Gold Coast-based federal members of Parliament and senators seeking their support in opposing the proposed changes, councillors. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I absolutely support this Mayoral Minute. At the recent Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly, I was the city's delegate down there, and this was the big advocacy issue, one of the two that was really put forward by councils across Australia. So at the Assembly, I joined mayors and councils across Queensland calling for this. We did 200 of us on a big stairway with the LGAQ driving that advocacy work to really call on this change. My concern, the concern by all councils, is that obviously it will reduce the Commonwealth's contribution to disaster funding, putting that onerous onto the state, which ultimately comes back to local government and ratepayers. Mr Mayor, as the LGAQ's campaign continues to ramp up, I'm just wondering if you would consider adding a 5, and I have provided some wording to Chamber support, that we do also write to the LGAQ and just confirm the City of Gold Coast support for its statewide advocacy campaign opposing the proposed changes to the disaster recovery funding arrangements and advocating for the retention of the current Commonwealth disaster funding model.
Okay, I accept that.
And I will just add, Mr Mayor, just for council's benefit, that the other major advocacy piece was returning the federal funding assistant grants to 1% to local governments across Australia. And there was a movement in that last week. So all councils have gotten behind the Australian Local Government Association in calling this. Basically, the last time we had 1% funding from the federal government was 1996. Since then, it has diminished to 0.49, so half of that, which is 3.61 billion. So what we're calling on is, as councils at the Assembly, was for that to again go back to the 1%. And at the Labor conference last week, they have actually announced, I haven't looked into it, the details, but they've officially endorsed Federation Compact. And while I'm yet to drive into the details of what this may mean in terms of funding for the City of Gold Coast, it's the policy commitment is an agreement formally committing to a pathway of ongoing annual increases to the financial assistance grants to directly address the 30-year decline from the 1% benchmark, which is great news for councils across Australia.
So, thank you for the additional work that you've done on behalf of our council and representing the Queensland local government and also Australia. And it is a fight that all local governments got to get together to be. It's disaster is and recovery is essential, and for them to twinkle with that is it's recovering. It's about getting people back on their feet. It's a lot of stress and mental issues, and also safety on our public infrastructure to be restored for the use of locals and tourists alike. And it relates to our chance to make sure that we don't have the economic disaster to follow on when you don't rectify the public infrastructure available for both visitors and ourselves. So it's one of those things that I'm totally in sync with you, and we'll catch up to see that if my draft is appropriate, Councillor Fowler, and let's keep pushing this to all the way. And I intend to CC in both the other two parties, that is the Conservative Party and Pauline Hanson's party as well. So the more people know about it at the state and federal level, is the more they can understand why it's so crucial. With that in mind, councillors, I'd like to put Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, thank you for bringing this forward, and thanks to Councillor Fowler for her advocacy on behalf of the city. I would like to call a division on this today because I'd like it to be recorded that we're unanimously supporting this motion, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor.
Okay, the division's call, councillors, and the prediction that it's going to be unanimous has already been forecast, so let's see how it goes there. Councillor, you ready? All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Carry unanimous. The prediction has come through. Right, Councillor, the next Mayoral Minute is the Southport Flying Club proposed runway extension and lease offer. There's preamble there, councillors, and the motion reads that 1, approve the granting of community lease to the Southport Flying Club Inc. over the adjoining parcel of city-owned land identified as required for the purpose of runway extension. Authorise the CEO to negotiate and execute the lease on terms consistent with the city's community lease policy and standard community lease conditions. And 3, require that the term of the new lease align with the expiry concurrently with the Southport Flying Club existing community lease on 30 June 2037. So that means that we're not extending the lease, we're just keeping it as is, and they just got more land to work with. And 4, note that the lease offer is intended to facilitate the Southport Flying Club's application for external funding and does not constitute approval for the proposed runway extension or any associated works. Councillors, that came to us, and I'm saying it's a good idea to, it's on our land anyway, and to enhance our asset, well, let's have a look at it. And the lease reverts to us in 2037. All right, and anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, the next one is proposed waiver of infrastructure charges. The motion read that to approve the request from St Vincent's de Paul Society Queensland Housing to waive in full the infrastructure charges notice dated 10th of June 2026 for the social and affordable housing development at 18 to 20 New Street, Nerang. 2, to note that the waiver represents a council contribution towards the delivery of critical social and affordable housing supply on the Gold Coast. And 3, to note the significant public benefit of the project, including delivery of 60 dwellings comprising of 53 social housing dwellings and 7 affordable housing dwellings for individuals and family experiencing or at risk of homelessness. And 4, to authorise the CEO to take all necessary steps to give effect to this resolution. The preamble's there, but I'd invite Councillor Hamill and I yield to him to speak on it.
Mr Mayor, thank you very much, and I am very, very proud to stand today and support your Mayoral Minute on this item. Mr Mayor, I believe all councillors provided a copy of the original letter sent from St Vincent de Paul Society through to you requesting this waiver, and I think the part I've focused on in this is that the city's contribution through waiving these infrastructure charges would be the smallest contribution towards the project. That nearly $6 million of money raised through the CEO Sleepout, which stays in our city, has been used to purchase the land and the application in the first place. That there's been a contribution from the state government of $32 million to delivering the project. This project will remain in ownership of St Vincent de Paul Society as a community housing provider, so that we have a surety of those emergency and social houses remaining in place for that purpose, and that by us waiving the infrastructure charges, that small contribution from the city makes sure that this deal is completely done and that the full benefit is taken up. Importantly, Mr Mayor, it means that there will be no need for any money raised from the CEO Sleepout to go towards covering the cost of infrastructure charges, which, when that money is raised by Gold Coast individuals and businesses towards delivery of social and emergency housing, I think that's an appropriate outcome instead of it possibly having to be redirected to infrastructure charges. So, Mr Mayor, very supportive of your Mayoral Minute. Thank you for your advocacy in this space for backing this, and hope that all councillors can support this very worthwhile project, one of hopefully many more to come in the city, where we desperately need more social and emergency housing across the city.
Okay. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the city adopted a policy in this space in September 2025. And so my question on this is, what category of community benefit developments does this project align with?
Yeah. Do you know, Jody? If otherwise, take it on notice.
Through the Mayor, I'd take that question on notice.
So the reason I ask that question, Mr Mayor, is I've got the policy in front of me. Managed affordable housing is one, but there's also council provides eligible not-for-profits with a discount, and there's quite a sizable difference in the two. Mr Mayor, this morning I also looked up, as of 30 June 2025, the St Vincent de Paul balance sheet. It currently sits at, in the publicly available documents, of $632 million in total equity. And as at 30 June 2025, they have a cash net position of $75 million. $75 million. The discount here, Mr Mayor, if it sits under a council provides eligible NFPs, a cap of 100% deferral of infrastructure charges at $70,000 per development per financial year. That's the maximum. And if it goes to managed affordable housing, to benefit the others, again, so I don't know which one this sits with, 50% deferral of infrastructure charges levied, with any deferral capped at $1 million per development per financial year. So this proposal today seeks to provide a discount or a deferral or a gift of $1.554 million to the project. Now, Mr Mayor, I don't think any councillor here would not say that this is a good cause. We want more housing and affordable housing, or whatever category this sits within the city. The question this comes is that we have a policy in place which we debated and aligned and secured and adopted in September 2025 that took into account the city's trunk infrastructure commitments, our LGIP, which we're just adopting or looking to adopt today in planning. Folks who are staying here are also, Mr Mayor, going to be using the roads, going to be using the sewer, going to be using the water, going to be using the parks, the libraries in Nerang, which are all funded under LGIP. So the LGIP price per development, Mr Mayor, still has not gone up in 10 years or over a decade. It still sits at around $38,000. Yet the cost of infrastructure has, as we all know with our budget, has continued to escalate, and the state government has not increased it at all. So not only are we here saying no, we're going to not take the $1.5 million that the state mandated law says we're entitled to, we're going to give them an over the odds discount. We're also still going to have to provide that infrastructure. So fundamentally, we have adopted a policy, and we're now going to make an exception to that policy. So, Mr. Mayor, I have a concern over having a one-off exception to a policy, because a policy is designed to stop favouritism or to stop special situations arising, because then you're at the mercy, Mr. Mayor, or the councillors are, of somebody else bringing another one that's special, another one that's very deserving as this is, no doubt. And I think that if we've adopted a policy, the policy is pretty clear. The proponent has an equity of $632 million as at 30 June 2025, cash as of 30 June 2025, $70-odd million. The city has its own financial management challenges, like everyone does. This here, whilst is extremely deserving in terms of the projects and the need for these houses, it is a state government issue. So it's not surprising that in the documents it says the state government has committed to it, because it is their responsibility for social housing. We are a generous council, Mr. Mayor. You're a generous mayor. We want to be good to as many groups as we can. But councillors, we have a policy. Policy says, depending on how you define it, $70,000 or up to $1 million or 50% deferral. This is well over that. We have challenges in our budget. I would urge councillors to put aside our desire to be benevolent and to be generous, and to say, well, if we have a policy that says X and we all would like to do more, we have to either change the policy or hold firm in the case of very, very strong needs that arise in the community. So I won't be supporting this. I will call division. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone to speak for? I'll go to Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr. Mayor, as always, thank Councillor Doran for his contribution. He's exactly right. Policy is a policy, but the decision of this council overrules any policy. And quite frankly, any organisation that is providing emergency social housing in this city for the most at-risk people in the city who are either experiencing homelessness or about to fall in homelessness, I'm more than happy for every single one of them to put forward a request. We can consider each one of them on a case-by-case basis if we wish to, or if Councillor Doran wishes to, bring forward a GBI at Planning Committee to discuss the policy more general. We are in a position as a city to be able to support this project and be able to back the work that St Vincent de Paul Society and the Queensland Government are doing here to make sure that this project delivers these much-needed social and emergency dwellings in Nerang. And I hope that it's not the last project, Mr. Mayor, because we are in desperate need of more of it. And I think this small contribution of $1.5 million, I'm very confident in our $2.5 billion budget this year that we can handle it.
Okay. Councillor, debate's closed. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Gates,
Motion
Councillor
carried.
Marshall.
Councillors, one more Mayoral Minute. Councillors, this is the heading is the temporary re-establishment of library services at Burleigh Heads Library. There's a preamble there, and councillors, I move that councils approve the allocation of $20,000 from the mayoral allocation budget, project number 65294, for the purpose of supporting the temporary storage of the Burleigh Waters Library books collection during the Burleigh Waters Library refurbishment period. And 2, that council approves the allocation of up to $40,000 from Division 12 allocation budget, project number 65291, and up to $40,000 from Division 13 divisional allocation, project number 292 for the purpose of supporting ongoing library services and community access at Burleigh Heads Library Lounge during the Burleigh Waters Library refurbishment period. And 3, that Council notes that these contributions will assist in maintaining local library services at Burleigh Heads Library Lounge while Burleigh Waters Library is refurbished and expanded to provide improved library services and customer service facility of the community. No need for seconder, but I'll yield to you to speak on it if you'd like, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, just briefly, councillors would be aware of obviously the decision around Burleigh Heads Library closure and that Burleigh Waters Library was being upgraded. Mr Mayor, Burleigh Heads was closing on the 24th of July, and with the works going on to Burleigh Waters, there was going to be a closure of Burleigh Waters as well, which would have left the communities of Division 13 and 12 with just the mobile libraries 2.5 days a week. So Councillor Marshall and I expressed some concern. We heard from a lot of the community members. So, Mr Mayor, we raised it with the Acting Mayor, and I do want to really acknowledge the Acting Mayor sent it in the evening, and by the morning we had the teams together working on a plan to make sure that throughout this period, given that it sort of had shifted, that there would be a permanent, a physical library open while these works were being undertaken. So I want to thank Councillor Marshall. You know, we share the communities of Burleigh. To pull that together, take it to Councillor Hamill and also yourself for today for moving this. I want to thank you for contributing the funding here and a three-way partnership on ensuring the community has this facility throughout this temporary period. And if I can acknowledge some of the gallery today, we've got some of the petitioners here for later this afternoon. Just want to acknowledge them being in the gallery here today. So thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Gates?
Just a question, please, Mr Mayor. This one is really part of Council's core business, so I'd just like to know whether there was consideration of whole of city funding to keep the Burleigh Library open at this point in time, especially given the renovation at the same time as the proposed closure of the Burleigh Waters Library. I personally don't believe that the divisional councillors should have this responsibility when it's part of Council's core business to offer library services.
Yeah, I think where we're at now, both councillors and myself are happy to support it, not to really utilise any core budget, so it won't affect the main budget. So thank you for that. Councillor, debate's closed. Yeah, Councillor Pidion.
Mr Mayor, my question was around the closure of the Burleigh Library. I can't recall what the saving was to the city, but, you know, to quote Councillor Hamill, in a city with a budget of $2.5 billion, I would think that where we can afford $1.5 million to give away to an agency that is going to earn income from the federal government and has already been provided $35 million by the state for the provision of affordable housing in Nerang, we could afford to keep the Burleigh Library open with city funds. So I have a question there.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Because that will be discussed at the budget. Councillors, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against? What was that? Is it yes? Better than never. Put a yes in there for Councillor Peter Young. Unanimous, I say. Funny how division. Here we go. So, Councillor, I think that's enough Mayoral Minute, don't you reckon? We move on next to confirmation of minutes 5.1. Someone would like to move for acceptance for the tabling of the minutes. Councillor Tozer, second to Councillor Hammond. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, any amendments, corrections to that? Move for adoption, Councillor Tozer. Seconder, myself. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor 5.2, special meeting of the council for the budget adoption. I move to receive it. Councillor Tozer?
Was that the budget adoption meeting, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any amendments? Move for adoption. Me. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 5.3, the special meeting held on Tuesday, 21st July. Moved for acceptance. Councillor Hamill. Second, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any amendments, councillors? No amendments. Move for adoption. Councillor Hamill. Second, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Motion carried. Okay. Mayor's report. It's quite a big one, councillors. So what I do is that most of my part of the Mayor report, I'll just briefly refer to the heading, and I know, like Councillor Lacastro, he reads every word of it, so I encourage you to do the same. And then I have a section there where the acting mayor is in. That's up to him how detailed he wants to do it. That's so I'll refer to Councillor Hamill then. So, councillors, on the 3rd of June. Global Sustainable Tourism Summit was held here. So I spoke there. Next one, 2026 Gold Coast Australia of the Year Award was held on the 4th of June. I was honoured in naming the CEO of Gold Coast Recreation and Sport Inc., Anna Louise Castle, as the 2026 Gold Coast Australian of the Year, and Wayne Bartholomew as Gold Coast Senior Australian of the Year, Ruby Allen, Gold Coast Young Australian of the Year, and Jess Noonan, Gold Coast Local Hero. And as you know, councillors, their names will be submitted forward for the Queensland of the Year. And from there, if they get through, like our previous Gold Coast of the Year, they go all the way and be at Canberra to be considered for Australian of the Year. So that's how we shaped our Gold Coast of the Year, to make sure that our categories in line with Queensland and the Australian government. Next one is Romanian Festival Aya, Gold Coast, and I think I was joined by Councillor Patterson. We were very bright meaning clothing, and was great to be with His Excellency the Ambassador of Romania as well, Mr. Radu Safta, and the Honour Consul of the Romania in Queensland, Chip Popescu. And we had a great time, good food, good music at the Great Lawn on Broadwater Parklands. Next one is Miami Community Reference Group Media Call. Next one is the Salvo's Coat Tree Media Call. There's a video there, Councillor, that explains a bit better.
Through winter, the trees across from the Southport Courthouse are lined with coats for those doing it tough. It's an annual display of community spirit driven by the Salvation Army.
As another winter sets in, the Salvo's Coat Tree blooms again.
All right.
Each year, the trees on Hinds Street across from the Southport Courthouse are adorned with coats and jackets.
Winter's cold, people are sleeping outside or can't afford the warm clothes. The cost of living crisis is having an effect on everybody.
A small act of kindness that started with Kevin Lawler, and now the humble trees have become branches of hope.
I just hung some coats in the trees 6 years ago, and I wrote on a corn sack, coat tree, free on a tree, and it's grown from there.
Over 300 coats are distributed each winter, and with it, a chance for connection.
It's not just about the coats, it's about conversations and connections. So I have a volunteer that sits here most mornings, or I get out here myself, we have a chat and connect people to our other services here on the Gold Coast.
For Kevin, it's a cause close to home. Having his own experience being sentenced in the Southport courthouse, he believes in second chances.
You know, come in and connect with me, and I'm able to support them through their court journey and the issues behind their offendings.
Helping Gold Coasters experiencing homelessness, and every coat counts.
Go into your closet. I'm sure you got some that you haven't worn for a while. Don't worry how much it costs you. It's more important that somebody is actually using it.
Giselle Manning, 9 Gold Coast News.
Oh, good on you, Ken. Thank God for the salvos. And that was Kevin said to me, it was about 300 coats. And no, I'm committed to do it every year. So I'll let you know, councillors, when this time next winter, and have a look at your closet. I'm sure there's some there. Next one is the Gold Coast Destination Managers Plan was launched on the there, and you see the CEO of Experience, CEO for Brand, CEOs Invest, and the idea that the Managers Plan will come together and make sure that we're all in line to achieve the best economically for the city. Next one is the Cristado Studio site tour. I joined the founder, Christopher Amos. He's got his studio there, very proud of it. So I went through, and even the private enterprise showing me he's adding value to the film industry. Craft Beer Festival. Well, they came up with Tom Tate Tinney, and apparently you only can get it at the festival on Saturday the 12th at Caravan Park, and so I have to say I'm biased. It's not a bad drop, and I say to you, I don't know what time of the day it is, but it's at 5 o'clock somewhere. Song sung by Alan, can't remember his last name. Anyhow, Property Council of Australia 2026 Gold Coast Division Lunch. I deliver a keynote address at the Star. Opening ceremony of Special Olympics Australian Golf Classic, and now in its 4th year. There's a delegation there that you see comes all the way from Hong Kong, and this is celebrating 50th anniversary for the special golf competition. Next one, Gold Coast Connect to Home Donation Drive, the launch. We do it every year. Congratulations to Maria Liebig from Gold Coast Homelessness Network, and Gold Coast son Mark Evans help every year, and Matt Thompson from Kinetic also help. And so next one is Sea Fire 2026 media launch. Was the competition between Team Poland and Team Canada. They battled out there at Surfers Paradise. Next one is the AFR Gold Coast Investment Forum. I think most of your council were there, and the Premier gave keynote speech, and then there was a panel after that, and it made a lot of news right throughout Australia. And the next one is the MCCGC 2026 Multicultural Employment Expo. That was launched there, and 75 exhibitors, 13,000 job seekers. Next one is the Ocean Way Connection Path Project Miami announced. I think they've already started, so off we go there. US Australia Sports Industry Event and Global Elite Sport Conference. 25th of June. I think Councillor Tozer and Councillor Mann were there, and it was held at the Star. I spoke the plan that we want to grow our 600 million major sport economy to $1 billion annually as we march towards the Olympics 2032 and the Paralympics. Gold Coast month launch. I joined Sunrise presenter Georgia Costi for a live cross from Coro Park to launch our annual Gold Coast month to attract people to come here and participate in skateboarding, baseball, golf, mountain bikes, rock climbing, array of things. And Muay Thai was on the 27th of June. I attended the Muay Thai fight there, and they asked me to present the WMC middleweight world champion and title. James Honey, I think he won, and defeated Italian fighter Franz Sosi. Okay. Next one, meeting with Mayor of King Island Council. I always make time to meet with mayors who visit our city, and we share our difficulties of our roles and fun parts of it. So I'm very, very happy to welcome Mayor Blackie. ARC Organic Facility site visit with Councillor Mark Hamill and the CEO of ARC, Grant Gabriel, and that's going on nicely. Sturdy Sport Apparel site visit with Councillor Hamill. They make their clothes and learn about the history. This is a Gold Coast grown history, and they've become one of the biggest. They just built a $12 million purpose-built facility there, 130 staff. Started off with just 2 people, and they keep growing. Greennovate MRF facility site visit. Councillor Hamill was in attendance as well, and we conducted their tour of material recovery facility at Browns Plain. Learn as much as we can about recycling. Mayor's community volunteers, thank you. So that was a fun night with all the volunteers. Councillors, we can't do without our 60,000 volunteers in the city, and they give their time and effort. It's a small gesture of thank you to host that. And then I throw to Councillor Curtis about the ASIC Gold Coast Marathon welcome function.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a pleasure to speak on your behalf at that welcome function. This year we celebrated the 46th Gold Coast Marathon weekend, 42,000 competitors, with more than half travelling from outside of Queensland to participate. The 2025 Gold Coast Marathon was reported as the most valuable mass participation sporting event on the Queensland event calendar, delivering a record 65 million. Early reporting from 2026 says that the event is set to hit a staggering 85 to 90 million impact. But for me and for our local communities, it's certainly not about the dollars. It's about social impact. And I grew up on the track, so I've certainly been inspired my whole life from watching the elite runners through to the mums and dads that have just set themselves a goal and have set to achieve it, and it's no doubt inspired my love for endurance running, and that was my 5th marathon. And I think on reflection on that run, I think it was just so special to have communities from Division 4 standing side by side all the way through to Councillor Marshall's division, all celebrating and getting excited for people they don't know and they're probably likely to never meet again, and just to seek for them to achieve a goal. So it was certainly a fantastic event to be involved with. I want to highlight that the City of Gold Coast had an employee team of more than 250 participants, certainly high performance employees there. And I want to acknowledge Paul Donovan and the team from Events Queensland for continuing to grow and deliver such a fantastic
Wonderful
event for our city. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for representing the chamber. Your turn next, Councillor Castro. Right. Next item on the 4th of July was the Gold Coast Mayor's Charity Foundation Ball. She continued to raise more money. I know Councillor Hamill was there, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Wilkinson, that I noticed. If anyone else there, let me know. And since the inception, I think 2013, they have raised well over $4 million. And what Ruth tells me that because of their overhead is very low, meaning nobody takes a cent. That means all of the majority, I think 99% of the money goes to the local charities. Some of it includes Have a Feed, Enriching Lives Foundation, St John Crisis Centre, ESWAF, Gold Coast Centre Against Sexual Violence, and Motherhood Village. And next year, I think she's already got a date. Didn't give it to me, but it's in August. I said July was a bit early. August would be better. More people will be around. So I hope to see you there next year. NAIDOC, Weak Flag Racing Ceremony was done here just outside in front of the chamber. It was 50th year and celebrating the strength, resilient and enduring contribution of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islands people. All right, now I throw to Councillor Hamill. What have you been doing?
Mr Mayor, a little bit going on the last few weeks. It was my pleasure, Mr Mayor, to kick things off on Wednesday, the 8th of July, with the Pimpama PCYC funding announcement, joined by Premier Christopher Foley, State Member for Coomera Michael Crandon, for the announcement that the state was matching our $15 million commitment and that this $30 million facility will now go into the construction phase, with it due to open just before October 2028. Mr Mayor, this state-of-the-art facility to be built on Pimpama-Jacobsville Road is a game changer for the north end of the Gold Coast, and something that there's been a lot of demand for quite some time. Mr Mayor, I think it's really appropriate to point out that particularly this announcement highlights a real willingness from the Christopher Lee government to work with this city on community projects. I'm not aware, and I did ask some city officers, but we couldn't find another Gold Coast community facility that has ever received this level of state funding before. That's really significant. So council-owned piece of land, this is a council-owned building in the end, but to get $15 million from the state is made the difference. So, Mr Mayor, if I could just acknowledge the Premier, acknowledge Michael Crandon, the State Member for Coomera, who has been attempting to get this PCYC built in the north end of the city since he was first elected as a State MP. And can I also acknowledge the Ormo Pimpama Rotary Club, who have been incredible advocates in this space. It is a real signal of when community and government work together of what can be achieved, and I look forward to being there to seeing this PCYC open before October 2028. Mr Mayor, it was also brilliant that morning to go with the Premier up to ESWAV. I think most councillors are aware of the level of support the city has provided ESWAV since it was created in 2020, including getting them set up in some modular buildings up on Heritage Park in Pimpama. We've also been providing grants to ESWAV where we can, Mr Mayor. The Mayoral Foundation has been very supportive of ESWAV, but what has been missing has been ongoing state funding to allow them to expand, to consolidate their services and look to what happens next. So it was a real pleasure, Mr Mayor, to be there with the Premier and with Minister Gerber, as $3 million was committed from the Queensland Government's Proven Initiatives program to our ESWAV to consolidate what they currently do and plan to expand the program into the future. Mr Mayor, just a brilliant group of people doing some amazing work in our city, and very proud that it was our city that backed them first, and that now the state government has come in appropriately with the big funding to help them set up for the future. Mr Mayor, on the 10th of July, was very pleased to do a media call at Reasonable Park in Jacobs Well. While it was about community consultation in Reasonable Park, it was more broadly about the $155 million allocated in this year's budget towards parks and open green space right across the city. And the really important point that, just like at Reasonable Park and with Pizzy and Greenheart, that community input into all those facilities is a key part of the process. So it was that broader acknowledgement that right across the Gold Coast, there's big investments happening in parks, playgrounds, open green space, and that we really do want the community to get involved early and having their say of how their ratepayer funds are spent in redeveloping those parks. But very excited that that much-loved central green space in Jacobs Well is about to get some significant attention, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, on Sunday the 12th of July, it was an absolute pleasure to join the Deputy Premier Jared Blay at Skyridge for the announcement of the Residential Utilisation Fund Round 2. I'm very pleased to have been there as the Christopher government announced $146 million to City of Gold Coast projects to help fast-track dwelling supply. Mr Mayor, again, that level of funding to council critical infrastructure we just have not seen in a very, very long time. Mr Mayor, that funding, majority of it will go towards Merrimack Treatment Plant Stage 6 and the remainder of the funding going towards 2 key sewer pump stations up Oxford Way. And there's also a contribution towards Napa Road and sewer works in that area to support Parkwood Village and broader dwelling supply opportunity in that area. Mr Mayor, $146 million is a massive chunk of coin. I'm very pleased to say that it's the largest contribution made to any council in Queensland to date, much to the annoyance of Mayor Raven up in Logan, but he'll have to deal with that, Mr Mayor. Importantly, the Deputy Premier made it clear on the day that this is not the end of it, that the Residential Utilisation Fund is here to stay, that there will be more opportunities for this council and all councils to seek more state funding to critical infrastructure. It's now on us because we have to deliver what this money is set for within the next 12 to 18 months and prove how it activates more dwelling supply, which is a challenge we're all up for, Mr Mayor. On the Monday, it was then a pleasure to join Minister O'Connor out at Lewis Land Developments at Harbour Shores, Mr Mayor, to discuss the Residential Utilisation Fund, but also discuss the broader plans with light rail coming through to Harbour Town and what that means in opportunity for dwelling supply through that corridor and around that centre. So again, great to be there with the private sector and with the state government talking about how we work together to increase dwelling supply. Solace, which is part of this development, Mr Mayor, Lewis Land have also set aside a significant proportion of those units for first home buyers, which was the other part of the media call, which I thought was a great outcome and proves that when private development is allowed the flexibility to work, that it can not just deliver dwellings, but can actually purposely set aside dwellings that are for first home buyers as well. Mr Mayor, we then had on Tuesday the 14th of July, I was joined by Councillor Curtis and Councillor Wilkinson for the Gold Coasters in Conversation State of the City 2026 event. We held this across here at Hodder. It was my privilege to deliver the keynote speech for the night and then followed up by 2 panels which brought in some really interesting new leaders from across the Gold Coast in investment, industry, education, innovation. The best part of the night, Mr Mayor, was new faces. There was a really purpose behind this intent that we didn't want the same people that have been part of panels before. It was about bringing the new businesses, the new individuals who are investing in our city to these events to share their stories of why they chose this city to invest in, why they're choosing this city to raise their families in. So the crowd of 150 in attendance had a wonderful night, and I look forward to more of these kind of events in the future. On Wednesday the 15th, my pleasure to join Chief Lifeguard Will Ashley down at Greenmount to talk about the MOU with Kanagawa Lifeguard Service, Mr Mayor. While we have lots of sister city relationships, the particular sister city relationship with this province is a particularly special one. It's one that's existed for a long time, but also one that we get so much from, Mr Mayor. Obviously, our lifeguards having the opportunity to go over to Japan each year and be part of training up a lifeguard service in Japan is a really special thing for them to be part of. And then we get those members from Japan coming back as well, Mr Mayor. It's now 30 years that our 2 lifeguard services have been working together, that we've been sharing that expertise, developing those skills. And Mr Mayor, just reflecting on the morning of talking with Will, how proud our lifeguards are to be part of that they are a world-class lifeguard service, and for them to get to share their skills around the world really means a lot to them, and it's a key part of why some people apply to our program. Mr Mayor, the other interesting part that morning was watching 3 particular councillors whip around the course for the lifeguard fitness test. Councillor Curtis, Councillor Whippet Marshall and Councillor Martin put on an absolute show. I'm happy to confirm that all of them managed to achieve the lifeguard test under the time. In fact, several lifeguards pointed out that they felt like a couple of our councillors were in the wrong job and should be out on the beach all the time. So, Mr Mayor, just to acknowledge Councillor Curtis, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Martin, a very nervous Councillor Martin. Councillor O'Neill was there cheerleading on. So just to thank them, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a really positive thing to see councillors and city officers working together like that in that particular realm. I know the lifeguards absolutely loved it. It would encourage that next year maybe we'll try and add a fourth or a fifth into the ring as well. Won't sadly, I'll take that. Mr. Mayor, Wednesday, 15th of July, the 2026 Bleach Festival program launch, joined by Councillor Fowler, Gates, Curtis, Lacastra and Tozer. Absolute pleasure to provide the welcome address for this year's launch program. Mr. Mayor, this year is going to be pretty special. There was an absolute buzz in the room that night. It's the 15th year of Bleach, which I think everyone in the room acknowledges is a huge thing to celebrate, that for this kind of program to last 15 years. We're expecting 23,000 attendees at this year's program. Mr. Mayor, what's different this year is the timing has been moved. It's been adjusted out to October to make sure that we've got a little bit more daylight in the day to put on even more events, and that hopefully we're out of the cold weather and the rainy weather a little bit, so even more Gold Coasters and visitors can enjoy Bleach. We had a full presentation on the night of the whole program. I promise there is something for all Gold Coasters and families to enjoy. So check out the Bleach program from the 1st to the 11th of October. On Friday, 17th of July, my pleasure to join the Gold Coast Titans citizenship ceremony. Mr. Mayor, really special, so something that was arranged through the Gold Coast Titans. A lot of the people receiving the citizenship award this day were Titans members and a part of the club. So really special to be part of a much smaller boutique ceremony. Really lovely occasion, lots of little kids with their families becoming citizens as well, which is really special. Quite frankly, the chance to be part of citizenship ceremonies is the best part of this role by a long way, and just a real privilege to be that one morning. Mr. Mayor, can I acknowledge the Gold Coast Titans and their leadership team for being prepared to pull this event together, and by backing it, a really special thing for the club to do. Mr. Mayor, final one for me. There was some media to do in regards to light rail stage 3 parking measures. The wonderful part is that if I'm out there doing media about the parking measures coming into place, it means that the official announcement of light rail stage 3 commencing with full patrons on board cannot be too far away. As we all acknowledge, Mr. Mayor, as part of light rail stage 1 and 2, the traffic management areas are a key part of managing how that public transport system works. The on-street car parking with 3 hours will come into place on weekdays from 9 AM to 5 PM. These measures are about making sure that residents and local businesses have got fair and equal access to on-street car parking. Mr. Mayor, as always, we encourage any resident who has questions about the parking eligibility permits, please reach out to the Customer Contact Centre, go to the city's website, all the information is there. We have additional staff on board in the Customer Contact Centre to handle more inquiries up until this kicks off. Mr. Mayor, really looking forward to that first tram being full of patrons hitting Burleigh very, very soon. Back to you.
Okay. And last night, councillors, there was a disaster management and emergency conference, and I spoke at the Dorchester and welcome a lot of New Zealanders, and we had UK, USA, and even Nepal. And what my theme of my speech was, it's about sharing and of disaster management, and especially the recovery, and how each of our city can be resilient through sensible planning, education, and mitigation and community engagement. And we had on that, during the day, we had 550 delegates. There's a lot of tours through our Disaster Emergency Management Centre, and the people come up, they're amazed. They took a lot of ideas out of that centre, and most of the common message was that we would like one of the same. And I said, well, start advocating your federal government and state government in any areas, and because it was a city deal, and it's wonderful to recognise that we are leaders in disaster management, and that's why the conference is held here. And today, There's 550 delegates. I'll make a note to you all that Mark Ryan, our head of disaster management there, my 2IC in disaster management, is doing a great job taking people around and on tour and all that. So, councillors, I put to you a motion that the Mayor's report be noted and welcome. Second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Councillors, we now move to item 7, clarification. Any clarification, anyone? Okay. Neil, business arising from the minutes.
Can I ask a question in response to your mayoral report, Mr. Mayor? It's just about that last item.
Yes, sure.
I'm sorry, and welcome back, by the way. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the disaster management conference, which is great to see here in the city. Yesterday we had the national trial of the alert system, which I understand this Queensland State Government has decided not to adopt this coming season. And I wonder if we might get a briefing from Mr. Ryan about that and what the management system will be in the forthcoming
I'll do that.
season. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So business arising from the minutes, Neil. Item 9, presentations. The first one is the Caravan Parks Association of Queensland. We got a state award, and I go to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to announce that the Gold Coast Tourist Parks have again been recognised at a state and national level, taking out awards at both the Caravan Parks Association of Queensland and the Caravan Industry of Australia Awards. I think some of our delegates are just coming in. It's great. At the Caravan Parks Association of Queensland State Awards, City Tourist Parks won 5 awards at these awards, and these awards recognise parks, teams and individuals who demonstrate innovation, operational excellence and outstanding guest experiences. The first winner we're going to announce, Mr. Mayor, is the Outstanding Host Award, and it was won by the Broadwater Tourist Park. I invite park managers Brooke Turner and Matt McDonald to accept this award, which recognises their exceptional guest service. Broadwater Tourist Park continues to achieve world-class Net Promoter Score above 80%, alongside growing repeat visitation and strong business performance. But wait, there's more, Mr. Mayor. But wait, there's more.
We'll do this one first.
Well, okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So I would ask that Brooke and Matt need to stay. They're going to stay and remain out front to also accept the Good Corporate Citizen Award, which was also awarded to the Broadwater Tourist Park. This award recognises parks that go above and beyond to make a real difference. And before we applaud them, our Broadwater Tourist Park has raised more than $41,000 for the Leukemia Foundation, supported charities such as Dementia Australia and the Cancer Council through regular fundraising events, conducted food recovery initiatives with Oz Harvest Food Drive and the city's food waste program, and introduced a Red Cross Blood Buddies program, which has helped save 75 lives. Great work by the team. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. That's all the awards for now. There is a few other awards for other people, but we have to share these around. The next award to announce is the Employee of the Year Award. It was won by Laura Nichols from the Burleigh Beach Tourist Park, being accepted by park contractors Scott and Lara Berryman on behalf of Laura. This award recognises our hardworking, dedicated individuals who keep our parks running smoothly. Laura joined the Burleigh Beach Tourist Park 3 years ago and quickly progressed to the role of on-site park manager. Laura's recognition reflects her professional achievements, authenticity, resilience and compassion. I think you're Lara, is that right? Lara. Lara, great to have you with us. Congratulations. The next winner we're acknowledging today is the Memorable Moments Award winner, and that winner is Tallabudra Creek Tourist Park, being accepted by park contractor Adrian Easton on behalf of Tallabudra Creek Tourist Park. This new award recognises standout moments or activities that keep guests coming back for more. For Tallabudra Creek Tourist Park, That's their annual Halloween event created in 2021. It's very spooky. The event encourages families to donate their sites, dress in costume, to take part in trick-or-treating throughout the park. It's so popular, it attracts 78% repeat booking rate, with many guests now planning their holidays around it each year. Well played. You're going to stick around? Yeah, you got another one. Yeah, just wait, Adrian. We also want to acknowledge, hang on, to our next award. I think you're also, but this is a different park, isn't it? For Kira. Ah, okay, good. Tidy Park Award winner, Kira Beach Tourist Park. This award recognises parks that take pride in their presentation, ensuring spotless facilities, well-kept grounds and consistently high standards. Our Kira Beach Tourist Park has reinforced its reputation in this category, winning the Tidy Park Award for the second year. Well done. So that's all the state award winners. We now have some national award winners, the Caravan Industry Association of Australia's national awards. I'm proud to add that the city was also recognised at this national activity or national event. Our Ocean Beach Tourist Park at Miami has placed in the top 3 parks across Australia based on positive guest reviews for the 3rd year running. It received a silver award in 2024, a gold award in 2025 and a bronze award this year. Can park representatives Darren and Jodie Sharkey, Amber Hughes and Gary Baldwin come and accept the bronze award in the Review Pro Reputation People's Choice Caravan Park of the Year Award category. Well done. This category is purely based on consumer reviews submitted via the Review Pro reputation platforms and reflects the great service being provided by the team at Ocean Beach Tourist Park. Well played. All right, so we do actually have one other individual recognition at the National Awards, and these are familiar faces, Mr Mayor. Brooke Turner and Matt McDonald from our Broadwater Tourist Park were also recognised as national finalists in the individual award categories. Brooke and Matt can join us once again. Brooke was a finalist in the Industry Leaders Award, under 40 years. I'm assuming that gives away her age a little bit. And Matt McDonald was a finalist in the Rising Star Award. Congratulations to all our tourist parks for the success of the State and National Caravan Industry Awards, and a big round of applause for Brooke and Matt. Oh, please. Thank you. All right, back to work.
Okay, councillors, I now go to 9.2, Vinnies CEO Sleepout, and I'll go to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, thank you very much. Mr Mayor, rising today to provide thanks and also acknowledge the efforts of the City of Gold Coast team of this year's Vinnies CEO Sleepout. On Thursday, the 8th of June, Councillor Taylor and myself, along with 6 senior leaders from the City of Gold Coast, came together at Seabus Super Stadium to sleep under the stars for one night in the middle of winter to get a very, very small glimpse into what it looks like to sleep rough. Mr Mayor, for many that were part of this year, they're not the first year they've been part of this event, but once again, they left that next morning with a real feeling of that small sense of what it must feel like to possibly sleep rough for many nights, many weeks, many months, and for some people, many years. Mr Mayor, the City of Gold Coast CEO Sleepout team members for this year were myself, Councillor Taylor, Alicia Swain, the EGM for Planning, Regulation and Service Gold Coast, Mr Will Ashley, Manager Lifeguard Services, Sally Crawshaw, Manager of Community Programs, Mr Luke Connery, General Manager of the City Inspectorate, Savannah Harper-Heffernan, Manager of Insurance, and Matthew Werner, Manager of Public Safety and Compliance. And Mr Mayor, they're all here with us today, if they'd like to come out now.
All right.
Mr Mayor, as a group, we took part in this important event to help raise awareness and, importantly, to raise funds to break the devastating cycle of homelessness here on the Gold Coast. I am truly grateful to each of the city leaders for being a part of this year's event, and I'm delighted to say that as a team we raised $150,000, which was the highest amount raised by a team in the Gold Coast. Mr Mayor, what is very different about the CEO Sleepout is that every dollar raised in the Gold Coast stays in the Gold Coast and will go towards future programs and facilities just like the one in Nerang. Mr Mayor, we have received 2 awards this year. The first is the highest team fundraiser and the second is for outstanding impact for $150,000 raised. On behalf of the team, on behalf of all the city officers, can we acknowledge Vinnies for the work they do every day in our city, for supporting those members of our community who need it most. And I look forward to sleeping out again with each of these city officers and hopefully many more next year. Something like that. You're up next.
Come on out. Room, squeeze up. Anyone else out there? Here we are. Well done, team. No, I'm going to take a break. All right, councillors, item 10, conflict of interest declaration. I've got nil. Right, we'll take a bit of break. What do you think? 15 minutes? 11:30. We'll come back. Okay, councillors, we're up to item 11. We'll go to 11.1, planning. I'll go to the Chair of Planning, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I move that the minutes of the 869th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 14th July 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. You think 6.8, Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the Planning Committee, I noted that my father, William Atkinson, lives at Royal Pines, and due to that conflict that I have, I will leave the room for this decision.
Okay, so we'll deal with 6.8 first. I go to Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the item, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. You want to speak on it?
Mr Mayor, just very quickly, we spent a lot of time in committee at this item, and rightly so. Royal Pines is a significant site in our city in a really important location, and it's right that councillors wanted to understand the project that's been proposed on the site. Mr Mayor, importantly, what needs to be acknowledged up front is that Royal Pines sits under the Integrated Resort Act. It does not sit under our planning scheme. Mr Mayor, the Integrated Resort Act is nearly 40 years old, and it's fair to say that an act that old is not perfect, that it's missing some pieces, which I think was well and truly teased out in the day. What it does mean, Mr Mayor, is that the city is not the final decision maker on this application, that this is effectively a pre-referral where the city has the opportunity to assess certain information, to look through certain information that is then submitted to the state government, who will finalise assessment and put forward the final recommendation with conditions. Mr Mayor, rightly at committee, there was lots of questions asked around infrastructure, delivery, understanding what upgrades would be required, who pays for what, in a fairly detailed response from Mr Sharp to all councillors after committee. There's been a lot of additional detail provided around who would be responsible for what infrastructure, some rough idea of costs of that infrastructure, so I hope most of those questions have been answered. Mr Mayor, I think the other thing that was interesting at committee that I'll just explore quickly today was that there was a lot of questions being asked around the Olympic Athletes Village component of this development. Just to clarify for all councillors that officers are not aware of any of that detail, that discussions about the Athletes Village are between the state government and Royal Pines directly, that we're not a party to that. So sadly, the officers couldn't provide a lot more detail in this space, but that will come in the future as the application moves forward. Mr Mayor, happy to support the officer assessment and the officer submission to go to the state government with the changes that were made at committee, which I think were appropriate changes, and would seek councillors' support here today to put that forward.
Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Could you, officers, could you please recall Councillor Patterson back to the meeting? He's coming this end. Thanks, Peter. Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, deal with item 6.4 if we could please, and happy to move it.
We go to 6.4, moved by Councillor Hamill. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilkinson. You want to speak on it?
Very quickly, again, if I could, Mr Mayor. Again, good discussion on this item at committee. Mr Mayor, this is another application in the Palm Beach Centre Zone, which has received a lot of activity over the last couple of years. What's interesting about this one is that the developer already owned part of the site and had an application in with council that had been dealt with previously, but during that assessment phase was actually able to purchase the rest of the block and now has a contiguous ownership from one corner to one corner of just under 4,000 square metres. That has required them to lodge a new application over that entire stretch of land from corner to corner. Mr Mayor, lots of chat at committee around the intensity of the development and the officer responses around that. Centre zone land is where we expect this intensity of development to occur. It's where we expect the smaller setbacks to be in place, where this intensity is expected. Mr Mayor, the great outcome of that developer now owning from corner to corner is that we will have a continuous development the whole way along, that it will look and feel that way, that the ground plane especially, which is really important in our centre zones, would have developed in one continuous line, meaning that the retail, the coffee shop opportunities, the food opportunities will all have a similar feel and finish to them, making it feel like it was done with a master plan behind it, which I think is a great outcome for that area and for the centre zone land in Palm Beach. It will see nearly 1,400 square metres of commercial floor area reintroduced into the zone, making sure that that centre zone land, which is critical to local communities, still achieves that outcome of where we expect people to come into the centre of Palm Beach for their shopping, to visit cafes, to visit restaurants, Mr Mayor. There was a fair bit of chat at committee, Mr Mayor, around the new design of the buildings. I think there was a fairly strong feeling that the previous design was excellent, and there was talk around what this design looked like. The setbacks, the height of the buildings, the fact that they've used the rooftops for the communal open space and included a sky bridge to connect the two towers together. In the end, Mr Mayor, the recommendation of committee was that this item should be supported, and that overall it would be a great outcome for Palm Beach, and definitely my feelings here today that I'd ask all councillors to support.
Against, Councillor Mann.
I think, Mr Mayor, I do have a question. If you permit that. Mr Mayor, yesterday evening we received advice from Mick Moran around a judgment on the Court of Appeals that directly related to this matter and another matter around satisfying the height uplift criteria. And I wonder if that advice, I just firstly needed to make sure that all councillors had read and considered that, and then whether there could be any additional context given by officers given that advice we received just yesterday.
Any councillor didn't get it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to foreshadow a refusal motion, which I've provided to Chambers. Mr Mayor, what I do want to start by saying is what this debate is not about, and that's not about that the site can't accommodate two towers, or that it's not in the centre zone, which shouldn't accommodate the taller buildings compared to the surrounding residential neighbourhoods. The debate was around whether the height and the density proposed achieve the residential amenity outcomes expected by those residents that will live there and the surrounding neighbouring residents. Well, I was the only vote in Planning Committee again, so I want to share the fundamental concerns that we had at Planning Committee for the full context of yourself, Mr Mayor, and councillors here today. Firstly, it was the separation of the two towers. The high-rise accommodation code calls for a separation of 25 metres to protect that privacy, the outlook, the view corridors, the natural light and ventilation between towers. This alternate proposal has a tower separation of 7.4 metres up to level 6 and just 8 metres up to level 17. Compounding this narrower separation is the actual design of the southern tower, which has the dogleg design, which actually closes off that corridor further. So it's that shape that adds the additional bulk and contributes to that urban wall feel from surrounding Palm Beach Centre Zone. I do acknowledge it was pulled back. It was pulled back by a metre and the hard walls, but the balconies and the dogleg design are retained, and in my view it doesn't appropriately protect the privacy of between the towers of the residents that live there. It doesn't retain those corridors for surrounding neighbours, and it's managed by glazing treatments and planter boxes rather than sufficient separation. Mr Mayor, the second fundamental concern was the residential amenities. Two of the one-bedroom apartments have no private balcony. They have no private open space. The officers' reports noted the absence of the balconies were acceptable because it was less than 1% of the overall dwelling total, and those apartments without balconies would be targeted to first home buyers. And I respectfully take a different view. I think whether it affects 2 dwellings or 200 dwellings, the city's plan, private open space provisions exist to provide an appropriate residential standard of amenity for current and future residents. First home buyers, in my view, should not be expected to accept a lower planning standard just because the apartments are more affordable. And the sliding window is just not private open space. So the outcome is not compliant with the AO, it's not compliant with the performance outcome, it's not compliant with the overall outcome or the strategic framework. So I can't accept that outcome is not addressed. Mr Mayor, the Gold Coast Highway frontage, we talked about it, the main activation of these 2 towers, while well designed at the ground plane and activation with landscaping and dining, is on the Gold Coast Highway within the resumption corridor. SARA's conditions require that is free of any permanent buildings and improvements. So the proposal just has uncertainty for the long-term outcomes of the centre zone. Mr Mayor, finally, I just want to acknowledge the officer's assessment that the proposal reinforces this, the centre's hierarchy, because this centre zone is lower than Broadbeach and Coolangatta, but I think we need to give greater weight around our centre zone on that what the city plan has envisaged for Palm Beach itself. Palm Beach is identified as a district centre, and it's much lower than the size and intensity than the major and principal major centres that were compared to in the planning assessment. So this proposal combines 61-metre building as podiums, large floor plates, and residential density. So I'm on balance. I'm not satisfied, or the local submitters are not satisfied that the scale intensity appropriately respond to the issues raised throughout the submission process, with both towers exceeding the building height overlay map by over 50%. And Mr Mayor, I also want to acknowledge that late advice that we received around the Court of Appeals, and the requirements satisfy the affordable housing provision of the uplift criteria, so I won't be voting against. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I know Mick has just arrived. I just wanted to pick up Councillor Martin's query about delayed advice and just see if I can get Michael to add some context, because the email he did say did have some reference to this one. So it just specifically, or however you like, but just through you, Mr Mayor, it does say that the court said, and I'm paraphrasing from Michael's email, that housing, this is for the uplift, the housing that is appropriate to the needs of households with low to moderate incomes, if the members of the household will spend no more than 30% of their gross income on housing costs. It referenced that in the appeal in relation to the uplifts, and I welcome the opportunity to hear from that before we vote on this, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. Just to summarise, last week the Court of Appeal handed down a decision which was in relation to a development at Balinga, but it was for a development that involved a height uplift. The Court of Appeal effectively sent that back to the Planning and Environment Court, who had previously dismissed a submitter appeal and effectively approved that development. The reason for that was to do with the affordable housing, or the housing choice and affordability provisions in our planning scheme. That appeal has only just, that decision has only just been given. We're not yet in a position to have received advice from our legal team on how council should deal with that. We're not sure what the developer intends to do with that either. Beyond that, I can't really provide much more commentary around the Court of Appeal decision. But in relation to the advice that I sent out, what this council can do as a decision maker is to continue to make decisions on these applications. Section 60 of the Planning Act gives the council discretion to make decisions by weighing up all the relevant benchmarks, and it may approve developments even if some of those benchmarks are not complied with, if it thinks that the development as a whole should be approved with regard to the rest of those benchmarks. So,
thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just one quick follow-up on that. You referenced there that the council can make decisions based on with regards to other factors. I guess the consideration the council would therefore balance would be your likelihood of sustaining the position on appeal. And so the question that I suppose in relation to the decision yesterday was, did it not say in the email that the court's view was there needed to be an element of affordable housing within the development if there is an uplift? I thought that's how I read it, notwithstanding you said that we can still make a decision and it is early, but is that the crux of that issue that the Court of Appeal called out? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in a broad way, that is kind of what the Court of Appeal had said, but it also said it remits the matter back to the Planning and Environment Court, so that court can actually redecide the application. Probably straying into legal advice here, but I'll probably just pull it up by just saying that the Court of Appeal didn't sort of clearly define exactly how we should define that housing choice and affordability definition versus the the affordable housing definition. So it has left it open, in our view, to applications to continue to be decided. The Court of Appeal decision did specifically call out the Section 60 of the Planning Act, which does allow that discretion in decision making.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on that topic, when Councillor Martin addressed the chamber, he referred to a number of the units in this development that we're considering today as being smaller in nature and having no balconies. Instead, they've just got windows. And the comment that Councillor Martin made seemed to imply to me that those were kind of perceived or assessed by officers to be more affordable units within the development. Could you comment on that, particularly in the context of the ruling yesterday, and whether that consideration came into officers' assessment of this application?
Through you, Mr Mayor, given the Court of Appeal's decision came out after officers had finished their assessment report and given that to the Planning Committee on the 14th of July, the Court of Appeal decision was made on the 21st of July. So the officers' report hadn't considered the Court of Appeal decision because it didn't yet exist. Since then, though, and my advice was that, as I said before, we can continue to make decisions while there's still some deliberations about how the city might and how the developer might respond to that Court of Appeal decision. The Sherpa development does include a mix of dwelling types, ranging from those 2 units that were on the lower end of the price scale, I suppose, right up to sort of 4-bedroom apartments that would be quite expensive. So they're not affordable housing as defined. They are products that would be on the lower end of the price scale. But officers haven't sort of been furnished with any information to suggest that they're going to be operated by an affordable housing provider or anything like that. They're just units that will be sold at a lower price point.
Yeah, so I think what I'm trying to work out is Councillor Martin has claimed in his address that those units are technically non-compliant with the outcomes that we define in our planning scheme, and it occurs to me that we are potentially assessing that it's okay for a developer to propose non-compliant units as long as they're cheap. That's the optics that I'm reading. I'm trying to work out, is there any planning justification for non-compliant units, or is it just this idea that we have a mix of affordability?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So I guess my summary of where the officers got to in their assessment was the application was assessed as a whole. It included a range of product in there. It did include 2 units that didn't have a balcony but had a Juliet type balcony where you can open up and get, I guess, not private open space on the outside, but an indoor area that is opened to the outside. That was the idea of it. And on balance, the whole proposal, despite some non-compliances with these 2 units, on balance, the proposal in its entirety was recommended for an approval.
All right, so just so I've got it clear, so you called it a Juliet balcony. I'm not, the way that Councillor Martin characterised it was it's like a window you can open, but it sounds like it might be a sliding door with a small step of sorts to what might be an out balcony that effectively opens a window to make the indoor space seem outdoor. Am I characterising that more clearly for people who are watching today?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I was just trying to find a plan reference, but I believe those balconies had the planter boxes just outside the
Right, so there's a planter box where you might open the thing so it feels outside. There's a planter box there, but you can't actually walk onto the balcony.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. That answers my questions. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Councillor Gates.
Just a further question through you, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor, to Mr Moran. Despite the ability for approval, for council to approve a development that is in the overall benefit, rather than the specifics of housing affordability, isn't it so that the 8 criteria that it's required to meet in order to get the uplift, if there's not an element of or a contribution to housing affordability, wouldn't that strike out the ability to enact the 50% uplift?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Gates, that's what I was talking about before, the Section 60 of the Planning Act. So despite what a planning scheme might say, Section 60 does give the decision maker discretion, even if there is a non-compliance, including if it was said that this proposal didn't comply with the housing and affordability criteria of the uplift test.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone speak against? Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that, and do appreciate Mick being available in the room today to provide a little bit more context to that Court of Appeal outcome, which, just to reaffirm for councillors, that process is not finished yet. So the Court of Appeal decision now goes back to the Planning Environment Court. It could be a month, it could be a year before we have a final set of judgments and orders in regards to this. So while I appreciate councillors' interest in it, probably in discussion with Mick, it's not something to actually be considered yet, because until we have an absolute final judgment and final orders to be understood, it's very difficult to understand what the impact of that is. And the fact that this one was assessed and a final recommendation given before that judgment came out, again, needs to be assessed under what is known at the time and a decision made under what's known at the time. So I would encourage councillors to set the Court of Appeal to the side for now. That still has a course to run through. The applicant may choose to go back and appeal it further. We as a city may choose to go back and appeal that further. That process is not finished yet and is definitely not set in stone. Mr. Mayor, what is here today but is an application that requires decision of the city today. It is at its time frame for decision. It is a nearly 4,000 square metre site in centre zone lands in Palm Beach. It can achieve nearly 2,000 square metres of new commercial space, renewed commercial space in Palm Beach that will serve as the neighbourhood centre where you expect people to come shop, to go to retail, to visit restaurants and cafes. It also has the opportunity to add 280 dwellings into the Palm Beach market, into the Gold Coast market, of which that is a broad mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings, which, to Mick's point around what the court is talking to, is that it wants to see demonstration of an attempt to bring all those different elements to the market. The Belinga example is a boutique tower with single unit per floor units or 2 per floor units, contextually different. 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms. My memory is that the 1 bedroom units in this development have sold for under $600,000. So I'm confident that the affordability piece has been achieved. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Martin pointed to some of the other concerns that he raised through committee around setbacks and the AOs. Just to reconfirm that this is the zoning where we expect the most intense development outcome. This is not the medium density zone land, this is centre zone. We expect to boundary frontages to be the case. The AO between towers is correct. The AO is 25 metres. However, as I think every councillor would acknowledge, we haven't seen a setback between 2 towers of 25 metres for a very long time. A performance outcome is put forward, and that the 7.5 to 8 metres of separation sheet between towers roughly aligns with the hundreds of tower approvals that have come through over the last couple terms. Mr. Mayor, the highway frontage that Councillor Martin referenced, that's SARA conditioned, so we've accepted the SARA conditions that have been put forward. It does mean that if sometime in the future there is roadworks or a public transport corridor goes through Palm Beach, that the curbside, the footpath will be adjusted. However, it has been considered, and that's why what we approve to the boundary is what's most important. If there are any embellishments beyond that boundary, yes, they'd be lost in the future, possibly. None of that is known yet. But even if they were lost, we have considered what would be left at that point in time, and officers are very comfortable with that outcome. Mr. Mayor, 23 submissions. I'd just like to point that out. I think we've all seen several applications in Palm Beach that have received thousands of submissions, so I do take something in the 23 submissions, that there was an acknowledgement that this intensity of development, this height of development is envisaged in this area. Councillor Martin referenced the overall planning scheme outcomes. Again, a point I've made before, the tallest buildings in the city by a long way are in Service Paradise and Broadbeach. We are approving towers of 300 metres plus. At 61 metres, we are well and truly achieving the intent of the planning scheme of that other centre zone land would be considerably lower than the major precincts of Broadbeach, Service Paradise, Main Beach and Southport. Mr Mayor, overall, I think this is a brilliant outcome to see a developer join this many sites together to give us a continuation of corner to corner for that street frontage outcome. It will see a renewal of what are some fairly tired and dated retail and commercial opportunities in this particular street block, and add 280 dwellings into an incredibly well located area that, through the addition of 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom, will provide an opportunity for all Gold Coasters that want to have a crack at the Palm Beach market to have a go. I believe it should be supported here by Council today.
Okay. Debate's closed. Councillor, division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. Councillor Hamill, any other?
6.6, if I could please, Mr Mayor. Happy to move the item.
Moved. 6.6. Second, Councillor Wilkinson. You want to speak on that?
Again, Mr Mayor, if I could, just because I think this is another brilliant example of when a developer amalgamates sites, that here in this situation, we've had 3 blocks amalgamated together to create just over 1,200 square metres, that the alternate outcome would have been 3 separate towers on 3 much smaller blocks. That, I think, would have been an inferior outcome. To see the developer put the money on the table to buy those other blocks out gives us 1,200 square metres, which means the setbacks are generous. It means the car parking layout in the basement is easy and there's been no arguments over car parking. It means the architect has had room to put additional articulation into the building and get something that looks different. So I'm very supportive of this particular application for all of those reasons. Mr Mayor, it achieves 40 dwellings in this site. We saw a lot of discussion at committee around the architecture in this one, that it was really nice to see a building that looked very different to a lot of what we've seen recently, some different architecture, some really nice recess of the building at the top level to break it apart, which achieves something that's been discussed in the last few rounds around concerns of councillors of all buildings being around that same height, that if you can't have a difference in height and metres, we at least want to see a difference in architecture at the rooftop to make sure that it does break up that skyline, and we definitely get that with this architectural outcome. Mr Mayor, I believe it will be another great addition to the Palm Beach area, and thank the developer for taking the risk of amalgamating those blocks to put what I believe is a superior product forward for us to consider.
Okay, anyone want to speak against? Councillor Martin.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Question.
Just noting the advice that we discussed before, could officers outline how this application satisfies the affordable housing leg of the uplift criteria?
You up for it, Mick?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and through you. As per previous advice, officers have assessed the application at the time, which was the consistent way the courts have been dealing with the housing choice and affordability provisions. So that's our assessment, and with regard to the Court of Appeal matter, again, that hasn't run its course yet, and they're still in the appeal period, so we don't know exactly how that one will land. But in the event that it doesn't meet the criteria, what we're saying is that it's still open to the council to decide the application with regard to Section 60 of the Planning Act.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, if I could explain my vote against, Mr Mayor. I did want to acknowledge that Planning Committee, we did discuss this application, and I would agree the architectural merits of this one is quite improved compared to some of the uplift criteria applications that we've had, and through the process, some of the design changes, improvements in deep planting were really well received. But Mr Mayor, overall, this is an area that Council has previously resolved its intent to lower height limits, and I share that intent. Mr Mayor, this proposal is the full 50% uplift in that area from 29 metres to 43.5 metres. The density, or the area's signal for 37 bedrooms, it's 125. And Mr Mayor, I fear that with these applications, with Palm Beach, with medium density residential zone, the full uplift is becoming a pattern of norm. It's not the 29 metres, but instead 43.5 metres. Mr Mayor, even if the additional density is taken on board, then officers through their their assessment were looking at infrastructure of, say, public transport or access to amenity. But a key thing that we looked at, and what we're finding with particularly, which is unique to Palm Beach, is these development sites are on the Gold Coast Highway and they back onto Jefferson Lane. So currently all the driveways are fronting onto the Gold Coast Highway, but as these developments, with the additional density and the additional height uplift, the state is requiring all of the VXOs, all the driveways, all the bin servicing, forcing that onto Jefferson Lane. We interrogated whether even a footpath would be put in for this development on Jefferson Lane. Officers advised that it was not the key head of power to do that. But Mr Mayor, my concern is this pattern of increased density on Jefferson Lane, that it's a laneway that is even more compromised than Hedges Avenue. It is one way. It has no footpaths. We have resolved a road widening overlay, which I did support, in the effort to have increased safety in the future. So, Mr Mayor, whilst this is a single application, we receive these applications ongoing, and I fear that by not addressing it, the horse is bolting, and we are supporting additional dwellings onto this laneway, which presents safety issues. So I think we need to consider that cumulative increase, that public realm, particularly on Jefferson Lane, is matched investment with the additional housing supply, not noting we're just putting more residents, but we actually being required to fundamentally change all the driveway access, all the visitors, all the waste onto Jefferson Lane. We discussed it at Planning Committee, I just want to signal my intent to bring a general business item through Transport and Infrastructure Committee to look at Jefferson Lane. And I will say that it's not Jefferson Lane in isolation, but also Ocean Way completion. Just, we are massively intensifying, or intensification is happening in this area that we previously had in a council resolution to lower the height limits. That hasn't prevailed. So if we're putting more density and dwellings in this area, I think we absolutely have to, at a planning level, increase the investment in pedestrian and cycle safety in this tightly constrained laneway. So that's the reason I'll be voting against.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to pick up on the housing needs element of the uplift test, not to yesterday's advice, but to as it stands now in the uplift test. It says that delivery of generous mix of housing form sizes and affordability outcomes that meet the housing needs, including housing needs of the future in the locality. This is Jefferson Lane's quite a high-end development, so I'm wondering if Mick could address some concerns I have about whether or not it's meeting that, because they have as forms part of the existing uplift tests.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Doran. So there's, I guess, this area of Palm Beach is quite expensive to live in. The way that these applications along Jefferson Lane and other sort of beachfront locations have been considered since this planning scheme came to be, was that there is an increase in choice and affordability by providing these unit products by comparison to what was on these sites before the developments came in. So in other words, there may well be a single detached house that is replaced by units, so you've got quite an expensive house being developed into product that is providing choice and affordability. It is expensive in this area, there's no getting around that, but that has been the way that these applications have been consistently dealt with.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. Seek your guidance here. The advice yesterday, the conversation today, and it brings to mind the fact that we're in the middle of a planning scheme, and this advice or this pending court decision that is still yet to run through, might have some impact on the uplift test or in our future planning scheme. And I'm wondering if through you might be able to ask the AGM whether or not this could have any impact on the timeline of our new planning scheme work, given that this seems to be quite a potentially influential court decision as it recurring to future development applications in our future planning scheme.
Take it on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Doran, I think for us at the moment we're eagerly awaiting what the next steps are in that. We have had a discussion between Mixed team and our city planning team as well to understand that when that comes through, we'll then do a recut through the planning scheme and look at any implications. When that does happen, we would absolutely bring it back to this room, and if there were implications, we'd address that straight away.
Okay, Councillor Hamill to close.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I appreciate those questions and a bit of debate there because it's teased out some important items, including the fact that obviously officers are relying upon existing case law around how the court had considered the affordability part of our uplift criteria previously. We have numerous court judgments that have pointed to what officers have relied upon of the understanding of what the affordability test in our current criteria meets. Acknowledging that we have a Court of Appeal decision that has a process to run that may change that. If and when that changes, that will be something for all of us to consider. I'm pleased to say that Alicia and Mick have both already indicated that there will be workshops organised for councillors to meet with the external lawyers to better understand that judgment if and when it comes down the track. Mr Mayor, Councillor Martin referenced some previous policy positions of council in the new planning scheme. Just to make that very clear for the public record, they are previous policy positions that went nowhere, were not supported through the planning scheme or by the state government, and that the new planning scheme, while in development, has no effect on any application being assessed or decided at this time. They are important conversations for the future and would acknowledge that Councillor Martin at every opportunity is putting forward a very strong case around some changes he would like to see in Palm Beach, especially around Jefferson Lane. Mr Mayor, again, we are here today but for an application that must be assessed and decided under the planning scheme and statutory document of today, which is for an amalgamated outcome that has seen a 1,200 square metre block put together in Palm Beach. I again put forward the strong point that I believe that is a superior outcome versus tower proposals of this height and density that we have seen on blocks less than half that size. That we have seen several of those where this height, this density on 600, 700, 800 square metre blocks. To see this proposed on 1,200 square metres is a really good outcome. It has provided additional room for those 51 dwellings, which, just to clarify that, I was wrong with my number before, it's 51 dwellings total. But being on that bigger block, Mr Mayor, means that the setbacks are more generous, the car parking has been easy to achieve, and that's not a tight basement by any stretch. It means that the street frontage has had plenty of room for additional landscaping for the planting of mature trees, including a big palm tree on the corner site. I echo Councillor Martin's comments that the built form and architecture outcome of this building is excellent and I think will be a great addition, not just the Gold Coast Highway frontage, but of the Jefferson Lane frontage. And Mr Mayor, that extra room around the whole block is allowed for more landscaping. This has a lot more landscaping, deep landscaping, planter box landscaping than what we typically see, which is a result of there being more land available, which is a great outcome. Mr Mayor, I believe this is a high quality development outcome in a very highly sought after location and one that should be supported strongly here by councillors today.
Debate's closed, councillors. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Carried, supermajority. Any other items? Any other item? Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, I was just hoping to move 6.1 and quickly speak to it, if you wouldn't mind.
6.1, if we get a seconder.
If I do, hopefully.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, this matter actually results from a unique circumstance that particularly affects families and communities out in the west. There's an element towards the end that talks about the inclusion of a new part of the animal control area registered to designate animal control areas for horse exercise areas. In Mudgebar and the surrounding areas, Warongari, Talai, we have lots of horse owners, and as we went through the ACAR process this year, we identified a location known as Pioneer Downs Park where a animal control area that related to dogs was in the same place as a legacy piece of infrastructure, a dressage arena. And as you might imagine, dogs and horses don't always go together, but as we went through this process, we realised that horses weren't allowed in parks at all, and we're going through the process now to make some adjustments to this animal control process to acknowledge that, particularly in the west and in the hinterland areas where horses are, you know, part of the family, we need to make sure that we have animal control areas for them as well. So I just want to acknowledge the officers' great work on that part of the project, and thank them for engaging so uniquely with my division on this particular issue. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Tozer, I close the debate. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items, councillors? Back to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Unanimous. Okay, councillors, we'll move to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 869 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee held on Tuesday 14th of July, covered by recommendations 1 to 12, be received.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Any items, Councillor Gates? Okay. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Two items. The first one, 6.2.
6.2. We go to 6.2.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the committee recommendation and speak to it.
Seconder, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In 2022, this council initiated an organisation-wide transformation program which included a strategic review of governance and policy activities. As part of the transformation, all council and organisational policies were reviewed, underpinned by a contemporary policy framework. It was an extraordinary amount of work by the team under the leading of Mr Callender, and also for committee members. We had 135 policies, and the intent was to separate policy from procedure, so you could change procedure in the organisation without having to change a full policy, and that things like that the regulations and the legislations, international standards and accounting standards weren't all caught up in our policies. So anything that had the laws that were already said somewhere else, the accounting standards, whatever, we took those all out. We were able to get from 135 policies down to 59, and they're really very contemporary policies that are far more usable for our staff, for council, and also for the public to digest. So I just wanted to take this opportunity, Mr Mayor, to acknowledge the work that has been into this. It's been pretty dry in parts for the last 3 years for the committee, but it's the extraordinary work of Mr Callender, Ms Green and team to get us to this point. It was noted that the contributions of employees to embed a contemporary policy management approach is celebrated as a good to great story championed by the CEO in improving organisational culture. Thank you.
You want to speak against the motion? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, not against by any stretch, but I also thought it's fair to acknowledge Councillor Patterson in this piece of work. There's been a long process, and I know she's been right in the thick of it with officers and has provided lots of good counterpoints at committee and through debate. So just to acknowledge the Councillor Patterson, Chair of Governance, for her role as part of this as well with the broader team, and again to acknowledge Vanessa, Paul, Susan, the entire team in the space. It's been quite a thing to go through.
Well done, Councillor Patterson. Well, let's put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Back to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 6.7, I have a slight changed recommendation. There was 2 travel items in there. One related to the insurance scheme board. It does not need to be in there anymore. So that is the changed recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, second, Councillor Martin. Anyone speak against? You want to close? Councillor Doran.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I was at the GAF committee. It was said to councillors that that was a statutory requirement for the other travel that's now being removed. So I guess some explanation as to how it was required in our GAF committee and then not required now as well after.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a statutory requirement that each board member attends once every 12 months. As there may be a change of board members before that happens, it doesn't make sense anymore for that to be done.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor may want to speak further on it.
No, it's fine. You're right. Councillor Gates?
Mr. Mayor, I asked a question at Governance about Louise and whether she was a board member, and she is. So wouldn't she just step up and do
Councillor
this?
Patterson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Cook is a board member and she has already been there once in this calendar year. So she's already done that. She went a month or so ago. So that it's the obligation of each board member, is my understanding, under their policy. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do you need to close on that more? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items, councillors, you want to deal with? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconded, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. We go to lifestyle. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 869 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee meeting held on Thursday the 16th of July, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconded, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Tozer.
I'll move for adoption, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Councillor Petty-Young. Yeah. Against, carry, unanimous.
You're welcome, Brad.
11.4, economic tourism and events. Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move the minutes of the 869th Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Thursday, 16th of July, 2026, and is covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Anyone want to deal separately? Councillor Lacastro?
Mr. Mayor, 7.2, item 7.2 is actually deferred pending further information. There was an email that was circulated to all councillors by Mr. Paul Callender yesterday. So I'm not sure through you, Mr. Mayor, whether that information sufficed or whether there are any further questions.
So we'll defer it to the next council meeting, is that all right?
Sorry, it was deferred to this.
Or to this?
Sorry, yes. It was deferred to full council, as in today. So I'm not quite sure through you, Mr. Mayor, to any councillors who were on the committee or any other councillors as to whether the information circulated sufficed or whether there are any further questions or if not, I'm happy
Any
to...
questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Doran.
Mr. Mayor, there are questions. It is a closed item. The email that was sent around didn't cover a couple of the key questions that were asked at committee.
We go to close?
We will need to, and I'm happy to move that motion.
Move to close. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Can you let the gallery in, officers? Anyway, move Councillor Lacastre, seconder Councillor Peter Young. Councillor Lacastre, you want to speak on that?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Basically, as you can see on the screen, this is about a potential property acquisition. All this is doing is giving Invest Gold Coast the opportunity to do further investigations to look at the potential value and benefits to the city of acquiring this land, and any funding which would not be substantial to consider continue these investigations will come out of what's already in their allocated budget. Then they will come back to us to present their findings, and then we can make a decision as to whether we believe that this particular land is worth pursuing or not. So I don't think we've got anything to lose by getting a further report and more information. So thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
Yep.
That keeps 1 and 2 and changes 3 to that council declines the opportunity to acquire this strategic property, and then removes 4, 5 and 6, and I'd like to speak against the motion, please.
Okay, go ahead and speak against it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So sometimes a quick no is better than a drawn-out decision. There are opportunity costs with council is already undertaking a number of proposed PPPs in the market. The council is not a property developer. The council, in my opinion, has taken measures in its budget to shore up our finances. This here, should it come to us, is always going to be some cost at some point. I don't believe that this property acquisition is our business to be doing. The current vendor can take responsibility of the property and, quite frankly, let the market rip. That is the market's job. The council is not a property developer. I do not believe, given the quantum of decisions that we are making around being responsible managers of our budgets, which everyone is, and we have taken, and there's been some hard decisions taken in the recent budget. I don't believe that this is our responsibility to step in and do what the vendor could do. And so for that, Mr. Mayor, I believe that a short, quick no is better than a drawn-out process, and I would encourage councillors to support the foreshadow.
Okay. Anyone speaking for Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through our confidential discussion, it was clear that there's a lot of questions that we want to see answers to. And this recommendation seeks for a report and recommendation to come back. We've made it clear to the CEO of InvestGC what we're not quite getting yet, what doesn't quite make sense, and what we'd like to see in that report. I'm very happy to see that information so that we can make a fulsome decision.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Go back to Councillor who moved it. Councillor Castro to close. No need to close. Councillors division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, Councillor Gates? .3.
Mr. Mayor, this is the State of the Games report, and I was hoping just to add a very small piece to the recommendation.
Oh, there it is it?
The recommendation. So, in 4A, so 4 says that Council notes a workshop will be held following confirmation of the sport program to provide councillors with an updated understanding of the emerging scope of the city's games responsibilities and service requirements, and I wanted to add, including current and projected staffing numbers involved in the 2032 games delivery.
Okay.
And if I can move
Seconder,
that,
anyone? Councillor Doran?
and if I could just speak to that, Mr. Mayor, I just think it's information that may have come forward anyway as part of 4A, but I was called out of the meeting to a meeting with the acting mayor, and so I wasn't at committee for this discussion, and it was something that in reading the agenda I hope we could have clarity around.
Okay. All right. Seconder, Councillor Doran. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items to deal separately? Councillor
Castro.
Castro, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move the remaining recommendations.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. All right, councillors, let's go to lunch and then we'll come back for water, waste and energy. Half an hour. let's go to Water, Waste and Energy. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of 869 Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of July 2026, covered by recommendation 1 to 10, be received.
Seconded by Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to pull out item 6.5 and move it.
Move 6.5. Councillor Curtis. Seconder. Councillor Hamill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So it's a very detailed and technical report, but certainly worthy of highlighting at today for full council, as it represents a very key milestone in our progress of this very important and critical project. It's essentially the planning approval pathway for the biggest infrastructure investment that we will see in council, and I wanted to take the opportunity to very much thank both the legacy team that have driven and now handing over to ARC and the CEO from ARC and his work to get all of that incredibly technical and detailed information through to point of approval. So that's great. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried unanimous. Any other items? Councillor Curtis?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Thank you, Director. We go to Transport Infrastructure. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the minutes of the 869th Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of July 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 8 be received.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against? A motion carry. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I move all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Unanimous. Consideration notice of motion, nil. 13, question on notice, nil. Presentation of petitions, Councillor Castro, 14.1.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I have a petition which all of a sudden I can't find, but I do know it was about parking somewhere. It was about parking on Ashmore Road in the vicinity of the Benoa State School and the concerns that is causing from a safety point of view, Mr Mayor.
So refer it to
that petition be referred to
the appropriate committee?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Relevant committee.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.2, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition calling for the City of Gold Coast to formalise a safe and accessible pedestrian connection at Woody Views Way, Robina, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition calling for the City of Gold Coast to reconsider the privatisation of the Palm Beach Aquatic and Fitness Centre, as well as the Southport Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition, some of the petitioners in the gallery today, calling for the City of Gold Coast to reverse the decision on the Gold Coast City Council to close the Burleigh Heads Library, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
No seconder. Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.5, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that petition requesting, actually regarding the Austinville day use area, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Put the motion to you. All in favour. Oh, hang on. Question.
To interrupt proceedings. It's a very lengthy document that's been submitted, and it's very well articulated position, but I don't think we can accept the whole thing as a petition. There should be some summary motion, I would have thought.
Yep.
Look, the matter pertaining to the Austinville day use area is going to be the subject of a forthcoming report to the LER committee. I'm quite confident that we can capture the substance of the petition in that report when it's due to the committee, and then council can be fully informed about the relevant matters the community is concerned about and that are related to the petition.
Okay. Well, let's put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Gates?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting that the City of Gold Coast help with the control of Norfolk Pines that it is alleged are a potential risk to properties be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. Motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Where are they?
Where are they? They're at Upper Coomera.
Thank you. Motion carried. 14.7, Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, again. I move that the petition requesting that the City of Gold Coast protect the active and healthy program at Upper Coomera Aquatic Centre be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right. 15, general business. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, thank you for accepting the general business item here today, and that is that the Chief Executive Officer provide a report to Council as soon as practicable on the recurring canal discoloration linked to construction dewatering activities in the vicinity of 6th Ave Palm Beach, and there's a range of items in there.
Yeah. Who seconded it? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could speak briefly on it. Despite compliance action being undertaken and assurances around dewatering activities and are complying, the problems continued, and councillors would have seen I've shared some imagery. I was personally, despite that compliance action underway and investigations occurring, I was on site personally on Sunday to see the discoloration, and so frankly I share the community's view that it's just not good enough now in terms of the outcome. So our officers are doing the work, but what I think this general business item seeks to do is have an appropriate public response, given the issue has persisted and it's quite visible. There's amenity concerns and ecological concerns. So really thank you for bringing that back to council. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. 16.1, it's in grey. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I have a procedural motion to introduce for this item, please. Which I
Procedural
believe
motion,
is with
yep.
Chamber support.
Close.
Mr Mayor, that item 16.1, strategic asset utilisation, be deferred to the 872nd Special Budget Committee meeting, scheduled for September 17th, 2026.
Okay. Seconder. Councillor Wilkinson, all right? Yeah.
How come?
Fair enough question, Mr Mayor.
Mr Tozer.
For Councillor Tozer. Mr Mayor, have had conversations with several councillors expressing concern that they don't feel like they're fully across this report yet, and that it would be more appropriate to discuss this report and its content and recommendation in the broader context of a special budget meeting. I support that as a general view, that I think that's an appropriate outcome, that I want councillors, especially on this item, to be fully comfortable with what's been discussed across the content and be able to consider in the context of other budgetary matters.
Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. 16.2.
I'm happy to move this item.
Move. Councillor Tozer. I'll second that. The motion's there. All right. Sorry? Yeah, the recommendation.
I was moving the item. Unless there's questions, I was moving the item.
If there's any question, there's a motion afoot. You want to speak on it?
My understanding is there are some questions from the chamber, so I'm definitely happy to move it, but I'm also happy to move to closed if there are questions that can be dealt with in closed session.
You got questions? Speak against it. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was reading through the candidates, and in the report, whilst they're all very qualified people, none of them live on the Gold Coast. They're all from elsewhere, and I think that this city, for Invest Gold Coast, which has an analysis function but also has an economic development function, I think the city should actually look for people who are of the city to guide the city through developing our economy from the city. Whilst it wasn't a criteria on the entity that went through and did all the search, I feel like looking at them, it is incumbent upon us, if we have a controlled entity that is about economic stimulation, that we are comfortable that those people understand the city, the way it works, the way it functions, and our priorities. And I would be of a mind to think that we could find someone suitably qualified from the city, and for that reason I won't be supporting this. I'd hope the councillors do so also. We can go back to market.
Councillor Patterson.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Mr. My question, not yet, is about the criteria that was set, and because that didn't come to council, so we didn't say, okay, this is the type of skill set or this is what we're looking for on the board. I appreciate that what was determined, that's been well met. And these are excellent candidates given that criteria. I'm not sure it's the criteria I would have set. Okay. So I just wondered how that happened.
The criteria was set by the directors of the board of Invest. What happened there is they looked at each other's qualification and everyone voiced an opinion that agreed on the person that best fit is somebody who can complement the existing board members, and that is finance in large infrastructure, so that they would know contacts from anywhere around the world, because a project like ARC will be the feasibility at the end, and working that out, they'll be utilising Invest to do so, and the board set the criteria so that they felt that there's one team member that needs to be at that level. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. No, it's helpful to understand. However, I think that's really quite against process that we should be following. The entities are removed from us. We have given powers away. One of the key powers of this council is to decide who's on that board. And for the board to set that criteria instead of us limits who is presented to us. It actually raises more concerns for me now that it was the board's suggestion and that it's not an independent or it didn't come from the city. I think there's something. I probably need to go into close to speak any further, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's go into close. Moves Councillor Gates, seconder Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. you can hear me outside, open the gallery. And Councillor Tozer, do you want to speak on the motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, it is very encouraging that people from all around Australia are excited about our city, as excited as we are. And there's no doubt that we are attracting a very high calibre of candidate who wants to help us run our city. And it's encouraging as well, Mr Mayor, to have both the CEO role and the Mayor role, engaging with the board and practically taking strong steps to make sure we get the best possible board we can. This candidate, while we can't disclose it today, is a very high calibre person, well known across Australia in their industry, and it's excellent that they have expressed interest in joining our board and that the panel from the Invest Gold Coast board that has been established to select this candidate has recommended them strongly. And I think the words you used were they were a standout candidate amongst other very high calibre shortlisted candidates. So thank you, Mr Mayor. I commend it to the council.
Thank you. Against? All right, councillors, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Doran.
Motion carried. Supermajority. So we go to 16.3, Invest Gold Coast Arena. Can you come in and give us the presentation, please? Is this going to be closed? Commercial confidence? All right. Councillors, it's in grey. Commercial confidence. I move that we go into close. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. On, please let the gallery in. I move the recommendation. Second, Councillor Tozer. Well, this gives the opportunity for me to go to Brisbane and negotiate further and work closely with Invest and what I can do, and that by September we'll have more information for us to consider. Anyone want to speak against? Put them. Sorry. Yes, division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Marshall.
Carried. Rightio. I didn't even. What I got in my hands is based on what we looked at, the number of premium hotel rooms, how many residential, economic. I know I'm in open, I'm saying I didn't get a chance to articulate it. And there's a lot more real than what it looked. Back to you, Mark. You finished? All right. Okay, we move on to 16.4. Presentation. You got to go? You want? Oh, okay. Is it in grey?
It isn't at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
It's all in grey. So we got to go to close, don't we? Move to go to close. Councillor Gates, second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. streaming on, and I know I'm being heard in the hot corridor out in the lobby. You're welcome to come in the gallery. So I go to Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, look, I'd like to move the motion. It's on the screen.
Okay, second, Councillor Hamill.
Yeah. Okay. Look, in short, it's been a long day, but in short, I think preliminary consultation has, I would argue, given us enough encouragement to at least proceed to the next stage. The funding for this to be undertaken has already been adopted in our recent budget adoption, and I would argue that councillors were well aware, because otherwise of the fact we needed to expend more funds, and we have adopted to do that, and we may not expend all those funds, but again, there was clearly an intent of enough councillors to proceed with this. Otherwise, what was the point of adopting that figure in the budget? So I believe at this point in time, it's important that we look at all the options that have been identified and interrogate those thoroughly. I think it would be an abrogation of our responsibility to not at least do that after going this far down the track, as I say, and identifying further funding in the recent budget adoption. And it's important that we have all that information in front of us to make an educated decision. I think that to support this certainly recognises and reinforces this council's commitment to looking to provide top quality nature-based tourism offerings. Our city is in desperate need of more tourism offerings. If this doesn't stack up, it will rise or fall on the information that comes back as to whether we can make this stack up. But we've invested significant funding, and we have got some great projects that have come out of our nature-based tourism rounds, two rounds of funding that we've had so far. This is something that's been around for a very long time. This has been debated since I first got into council, and no remarks from Councillor Hamill, thank you very much, on how long that's been. And I think to now get to this stage, we have a duty to see this through, to see whether this can stack up or not. It would certainly, I feel, if we didn't support it at this stage of going to that next stage, I think it would be it would fly in the face of all the comments and all the fanfare that we've made about the importance of nature-based tourism, which is what the market is telling us they want. So I hope councillors will support this, and let's see what comes back at the end of the year. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Speaking against, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It might come as no surprise to you that I can't vote with this today. In the 14 years of representing my local area, I've had a chance to talk to lots of locals and lots of community members about this project, and there's no doubt in my mind that my community expects me to stand up and speak proudly and appropriately about the preciousness of Division 9 and the assets located there, therewith inside it. This particular motion, I think, has some challenges, and I want to start just by thanking the team. Alton and Tim and the Office of the CEO team have managed this really well. I have to say, at no point in time did I ever feel like, as a divisional councillor, I was being excluded for information. Whenever I asked for briefings, I was able to get briefings. I think that process has been open and transparent, even when members of the public might say that, not all the information's on the table. I feel like all the information that we have had on this has been provided to me whenever I've asked, and I really appreciate that. I think the professionalism with how you've gone about it has been really good. I would also say, Rachel and your team, members of the Springbrook community who you're talking to, or your team are talking to now, have expressed so much gratitude for feeling like they're important enough to hear from. When you read about these projects in the newspaper or hear about them on the TV, you sometimes feel like you're a degree removed and that people don't care about your view. And I think this exercise of going through 615 properties and residences, and I think you said you've already completed 121 individual interviews. I think that's commendable and admirable. And I've got to say the feedback from my community has been really very positive about that process, even though they have very strong feelings, quite often negative feelings, and some of them in particular have, you know, scepticism about government in general. There's some conspiracy theories out there, and they're definitely an isolated group of people that can be quite diverse, but everyone in that community has expressed a sense of surprise about how great that process has been. So I wanted to start by thanking you there. The motion that we're looking at here talks about two things that I think are particularly important, that we approve shortlisted corridor options A, B and C for further assessment. And I'm limited in what I can say, Mr Mayor, because the corridors aren't currently non-confidential, they're currently confidential. So I don't want to disclose confidential information, but Corridor B in particular, I can't support. I think Corridor A and Corridor C are what people might expect. You know, the idea of a cableway is not confidential. There's a base station at the bottom of the hill, there's a summit station at the top of the hill, and some sort of infrastructure traverses those two, and you see a waterfall on the way. You know, that's not secret. It's pretty much public domain that that's what a cableway is. The base station located in Corridor B, I can't support for a variety of reasons, and I can't go into those right now, but in the fullness of time, when the information that has been provided to me can be provided to the public, I'll be really happy to be able to talk about that more openly. Instead of going through every element of this motion and talking about it, I'm going to use the words of other government agencies that dealt with the cableway in the year 2000. I'm going to use the words that they used to talk about the cableway and its relevant risks, because I don't think the circumstances have actually changed that much. I don't think technology has advanced that much, even though around us we use digital technology in lots of different ways. I think the uniqueness of Springbrook National Park and the World Heritage Area that we're talking about today has not become less complex or less unique. It's become more unique. It's become more complex. It's become more precious. And the reason that I think these remarks still apply is because we haven't navigated that. In fact, in the closed session questioning, it occurred to me that while some desktop review of these materials might have been undertaken, they haven't even been provided to proponents. And I think that is problematic. Even though we do expect proponents of this project to do their own investigation, I think it's responsible and incumbent upon us to provide at least the information that Council supplied to the state last time, and at least the information from the Coordinator General that was supplied to the public, so those proponents can be clear that, you know, as they're considering a potential significant investment in the city, you know, we're being open and transparent about that material. The words of the City of Gold Coast when it talked about their funded independent review of the environmental impact statement say, the environmental impact statement addressed many areas of the terms of reference satisfactorily. There are a number of critical matters requiring further consideration in terms of the adequacy of the EIS in addressing key areas of the terms of reference and in terms of the environment management of actual and potential impacts and the risks that are associated with the sustainability of the Hinds Dam water supply catchment and the Springbrook National Park. These critical issues include the sustainability and risks associated with management of wastewater effluent within the water supply catchment that serves the entire Gold Coast population must be of concern to the Gold Coast City Council and the Gold Coast community. While the EIS has documented what would normally be accepted as adequate measures to manage wastewater, the risks that are associated with this management must certainly be compared to the significant value of the city's only potable water supply. These risks include potential failure of on-site packaged wastewater treatment plants that could lead to rapid growth contamination or long-term undetected contamination of the raw water supply, potential leakage from the proposed pipeline, if there was a proposed pipeline, transporting effluent from one of the stations, long-term sustainability of removing effluent from the Springbrook Plateau by road transport, if that was an option that was on the table. The risks that are associated with a tanker accident on the Gold Coast or Springbrook Road are considered to be significant and appear to be underestimated in the EIS. Sustainability of using secondary treated effluent to irrigate land areas around the station sites, if that was something that a proponent chose. It goes on, Mr Mayor, it goes on quite elaborately, and I am disappointed that our team haven't, in the preliminary technical feasibility, haven't really addressed those things. They haven't deemed them as important enough to address them in their remarks. and I think that's problematic. The Coordinator General's remarks in 2000 say the following: the information available on the proposal provides sufficient detail as to raise serious concerns as to the adequacy with which the environmental effects of the proposal can be addressed. These include increased fire hazard and perceived dangers to public safety resulting from the fire issues, land stability and the potable water supply from the Gold Coast City Council. Changes to the existing fire management principles that are unsuitable for national parks and World Heritage Conservation areas to accommodate the project, the risks and impacts on flora and fauna in the national park, the potential threat to the area's World Heritage values, the impediments to the issue of a lease in a national park. This is the Coordinator General again. Whilst it is acknowledged that the proponent has undertaken, this is when there was a proponent, to conduct further flora and fauna studies based on the information provided by the EPA about the known species, including rare and endangered species, it is clear that the proposal represents a significant threat to the native flora and fauna in and around the Cableway route. The EPA's assessment leaves little doubt that the World Heritage status of the park would be compromised as a consequence of the proposed development. The EPA's evaluation of the native habitats suggests that mitigation strategies of relocation may not be sufficient. Having regard to the information contained in the EIS documentation, the review report prepared by the EPA, submissions from advisory agencies and the public, the legal advice, I am not satisfied that the environmental effects of the proposal can be adequately addressed and therefore the project should not proceed. Accordingly, I recommend that any application for the development of the proposal should be refused. The Coordinator General was really clear. Even the Council was really clear about the risks, and today any councillor who supports this motion is unfortunately disregarding some of those risks that have been in play for the last quarter of a century. The situation at Springbrook Mountain hasn't changed. It's still beautiful and precious and World Heritage area, and a cableway is going to wreck that, and I don't think we should support this motion. And instead, I think we should support the foreshadowed motion. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
I just got a question to the CEO, since he has experience in your former job there. Regarding that's all those commentaries on a certain project. I'd just like to get your view on different project would have different criteria.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I guess I'd make three observations. So the first would be that the environmental legislation and the framework is significantly different than it was 25 years ago. The EPBC Act has been amended on a number of occasions, as has the state environment legislation. The second point I would make is that really, as I've said in this chamber now 4 or 5 times, this comes down to the route. Really, I can't stress to councillors enough that the route determines the project. So it determines the environmental impact, the financial impact, and ultimately the success or failure of the project. So comparing one project with a certain route to another 25 years ago is very difficult. And then the final thing I would say, and this comes from very practical experience from rolling out this technology in the World Heritage area in Tasmania, the technology around water and sewage is significantly better now than it was 25 years ago. What you've seen in World Heritage areas around Australia now is a move away from pipelines and piping in, trying to pipe water in and out, trying to pipe sewage in and out, and moving to much more potable solutions. I know in the Tasmanian context, they literally helicopter in and out the waste into those areas, and it's still financially possible. So I would say, with respect to the councillor, I would say wait till December till you see the report, and then a lot of these issues will be addressed.
Councillor Hamill.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I interrupted there. I just had a question in regard to Mr Baker's statement.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. How many people utilise the World Heritage Area cable car that you're referring to? I presume that's in Tasmania. How many per annum?
So I wasn't referring specifically to a cable car, councillor. I was referring to major projects like the overland track.
You mentioned one where they transport the waste.
Yeah, so that's overland. So that's overland track, Three Capes track. I think even now the South Coast track, you're talking about thousands of people who access that infrastructure every year in Tasmania. They're probably the 3 most iconic walks in Australia.
So thousands as opposed to the Springbrook cable car, which is meant to be hundreds of thousands. That's a lot of helicopters. Thank you.
Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, may I ask a question through you of the CEO as well? I recall the Tasmanian venture did not proceed. Am I correct that it was refused by the council for, I think, noise or amenity or both? Do you recall the reason?
So you are testing my memory. I can tell you that there was, you are testing my memory. So to the best of my recollection, the federal approvals were sought, and I don't think it got past that stage. It was certainly not, it was certainly the major hurdle to get over in any cableway is EPBC approval, and don't hold me to this because it was 8 years ago that project had received that stage or was very close to getting that stage. And as for the council, I can't remember, to be honest. I can take it on notice and we can find it.
Okay. All right. Councillor Hamill. Yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to open my contribution by saying that while I really do respect the fact there is a lot of historical information in regards to this project, some of the information is older than I am, and I would really like the modern version of it to understand how in today's legislative framework and with today's technologies, what differences there may be. Now, it may be that the legislation is tighter and maybe the technology doesn't solve the problems, but that's not information I have in front of me at this stage to make a decision. Mr Mayor, can I also express that I'm frustrated that today's presentation was enclosed and that I'm comforted by the fact that we've been told that at the earliest opportunity the full presentation will be released to the public, because that presentation is an excellent one for the public to understand. Mr Mayor, we finally have corridors, something that some of us have been asking for a long time through this process. Is we were kind of sick about talking about a big investigation area. We wanted corridors to talk about, and we finally have that. In fact, we'll have 3 corridors if this motion is supported today. That's 3 corridors for councillors now finally understand who aren't as intrinsically connected to the area like Councillor Tozer, but ones like me to understand where we're actually talking about and where some of those impacts that are being raised by councillors and members of the community may be. But it's also 3 corridors that the public will finally get their say on as well, which is something I know I think we're all very keen to see happen. And we've had confirmation today that now that those 3 corridors are in place, that public consultation can commence pretty well immediately, and that all of Gold Coast, including locals to the area, will get their chance to have their say on those corridors, which is going to make a big difference. Mr Mayor, I would encourage not just members of the hinterland who live in this area, but all Gold Coasters. This is a whole of city project, but all Gold Coasters to participate in that public consultation when the opportunity becomes available. Mr Mayor, the next report to Council is set for December. In that report, there will be considerably more technical information based on a lot of the things that have been raised today, both in the open and closed session. And there will also be that reporting on that public consultation. So I think for a lot of councillors, we'll finally have the detail that we've been seeking probably for quite a long time of the technical information in the new legislative context with the public consultation and that information being provided finally. I'm really looking forward to that, Mr Mayor. December will be here soon enough. There's a lot of work to occur in between, but as I have previously said, I am keen to continue on this process. That stopping now makes no sense to me. I would prefer to get all the way through to have that technical information, to have had the public's chance to have their say on corridors, and then at the December meeting to maybe make a decision finally if this thing continues forward or if it's time to exit off this particular project.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I rise to speak to it because my reasons for voting against this today are somewhat different than the reasons for the divisional councillor. It occurs to me that this is the natural place to pause. We have now done the preliminary strategic assessment report. We have done the technical report. We have done the community engagement work, and we have identified the corridor options. I think it is now time for us to share that information with proponents who may be interested and who may be willing to commit to this. I would like to see now what interest there is. Are there proponents who go, thank you for doing that work, thank you for giving us a clear idea of where you're at on it, we think this can work and this is why. We provide them the information and they come back to us I think we've done sufficient here. It is a natural place to pause. So I'm not voting against it because I don't necessarily want to see the Cableway, but I want to see it brought here by proponents and external private operators to council. Thank you.
For the motion, well, Councillor Lacastre to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, look, Councillor Tozer mentioned the EIS, and I'm on the same page as it from the past, and I'm on the same page as Councillor Hamill with this. Yeah, I think a lot of things have changed, and we're just about to find out how much they have changed because we didn't get to this point before. That's the whole reason that we're undertaking this extensive consultation with residents, with First Nations representatives, to get that feedback from all parties. No one can actually determine what the environmental impacts are going to be until we actually fully interrogate those 3 identified routes. Once we actually have done that, we can then come back and we can see that. So it's pure speculation to say that this is just going to kill dead the environment. I don't believe that for one moment. It's of this area. The only way we're going to find out is to interrogate this thoroughly. We haven't done the technical assessments. You know, we're still, you know, we're only a very small way down the track here. I think it would be far harder to justify ceasing now than to continue, as I say, when we've put the resources into this that we have, to then not actually find out what the end result is, you know, what we can achieve or what we can't achieve, would be impossible to justify. We have to continue now. As I say, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, why would we adopt funding in the recently adopted budget if we weren't we weren't prepared to continue with this next stage? If we don't do this, we'll never know. So I would ask councillors to support this. We're not signing off on a cableway. What we're saying is, let's have a look at these 3 identified routes. Let's see if one of those can stack up. Let's look at what those impacts might be or might not be, and let's get an informed. So get the information so we can make an informed, educated decision. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. I think we've pretty much talked out on this one, but I'm hoping that the majority of councillors will support this.
Councillors, the debate's closed.
Division, Mr. Mayor.
I put the division's call. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion's lost. The shadow now becomes the motion. Councillor Tozer to speak on it.
May I have a seconder, Mr. Mayor?
Second. Second, Councillor Peter Young.
Mr. Mayor, we've been here all day, and I am encouraged by that vote and the willingness to explore the foreshadowed motion. What I would say is that the motion before us doesn't actually say no to a cableway. It actually effectively says very clearly, if I can get the right words up, that on finalisation of the current Springbrook resident consultation, Council discontinues further work on the Springbrook cableway at this time, leaving the project to be external proponent-led from this point on. What it does do is it signals very clearly to the market that we have done some work and we want all the material that we've prepared thus far to be available to you. And at this point, you guys can take it from here. It can be an investment that you make and you choose to make on a commercial basis, and therefore we can, as a council, redeploy our resources into better, more deliverable, more environmentally appropriate, and also better economic projects for this city. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone speak against? I'll close the debate. Okay, Councillor, put the motion to you.
Division.
All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Marshall.
Motion carried. Councillors, there's no other issues. The meeting is now closed at 16:38.